way out of the nether realm and got his revenge. And it was down to me and him. And I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, we're talking shit.
Are we gonna do the anime voice competition thing right now? We're gonna be super Spanish. Oni-chan.
Oni-chan. Chotomate. Iku.
Uru.
Oh, nasally and gross like that.
I like to open it and check. I'm a bit creeped out. But why? This again. Who is it? Bitch, who is he? Hey. You guys are really sus. Sussy baka? I got my underwear in there. Bitch, I'm about to take your underwear off. I'm gonna put the fucking... Why won't you? I'm going the right way. Wait. No, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck. Fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way. Without her face. From inside box, scent of mommy. Maybe true mother there. Stone box hard. It hurt. Steel rope in the way. Can't see mother because 4 stones. Yeah, not only is like half my friends' grammar bad, they also don't use punctuation. So I feel like I have to read their text like this sometimes. Not naming names. Still would. Oh god. Heyo. Ew. Damn, dude. What the fuck were you drinking? You rocking it.
He's coming out of the glory hole.
Get back in your glory hole, chicken.
The cock is going in the glory hole.
In Soviet Russia, cock beats you.
Yeah, beat his ass. Oh, glory hole. Oh.
His inner... Zordon, he's coming out of some sort of intergalactic glory hole. What's up, Paul? How you doing? You are first. You are the one and only. How you doing, dude? I was waiting for the ad break to end, and I'll start. Even though I don't think that's how streaming works. Butthole. You're a butthole. What's up, Cyber? How you doing? What's that, as they say. I might as well start, you know what I'm saying? 20 seconds left, but fuck it, you know? Let's finish this DLC. So here's the thing, I have this DLC, and then I have the Resident Evil 4 remake, and then technically I do have Outbreak File 2. Oh wait, I thought you were Cash Cow. My bad. What's up, dude? Sorry, I was just messaging Cash Cow, so I thought that was you. Yeah, dude, I have to come by for Outbreak 2 still. Sorry. Because I do want to play that soon. It'd be nice to have that like be our Wednesday game again, because I think that's what it was last time. I forget about Jay's fucking schedule, but I think it was like our Wednesday game. I want to say. Is that Wednesdays or Thursdays? I forget, but Cyber's here. Daddy's here. What's up, bro? Yeah, let's actually play this. Where is it? Where is it? There it is. Why my butthole? Your butthole. Where'd you go? Get back here! I think I fucked up. want to. There it is. Technically, want to upscale this.
No, 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 no. Wait.
Here we go. Saw it, dude. Oh, oops. Don't look at me. Turn this up too. You played the DLC when you played this, right? I forget. Let's go. Love you, Cyber.
Hey, Kay. Sorry I'm late.
It's okay. I'm just
What the fuck?
enjoying the day.
You said you had something important to tell me? I hope it's not about Chris wanting me to join his operation, because
She looks like love you too, Boo Boo. Aw.
I see where he puts you and the rest of his
She looks like Amanda Seyfried. I don't know if I'm saying that
It's
right.
not about that.
Seyfried.
It is about you.
Me.
I worry about you. How are things at school?
Seriously? That's what you wanted to talk to me about?
That group of mean girls still.
When I first saw that trailer for RE9, I totally thought it was her.
Still treating me like a freak?
Hey. Look at me. You are not a freak.
What are you up to, Cyber?
I am. You know I am.
You are a freak.
That's why I keep my distance from everybody at school. They knew what I really was.
I also love Joey. Playing with his Duke. Nice. That's gonna be me after stream.
Talk to.
Talk to?
I love you too, Paul.
About what?
You a homie.
Hardly even human? How I'm some kind of horrendous monster?
I want to see
It's okay.
Rose like Hulk out and turn into like a big bleh, you know, because she's a good guy. When she mutates, if she mutates, she'll probably be hot or something still. But I want her to turn into like a big fucking. It's always random shit too, like a big mantis monster.
Well, I think there's something I need to show you.
I know she's got it in her.
You already know about Miranda and the mutamycete, how she researched it obsessively and performed experiments on human subject.
Like me.
This DLC kind of reminds me a little bit of Evil Within.
What you don't know is that we recently
If you
found
know, you
some
know.
of her research. Apparently, she discovered a purifying crystal that can remove the mutamycete from its host.
Purifying crystal?
If we can get our hands on one of these, we might be able to weaken or remove your powers entirely.
Are you kidding me?
No, but her notes are incomplete. However, I think I have an idea where we can find the rest of her research.
Let's do it. Let's find it. Where is it?
Let's do it.
In there.
What?
That's a fragment of the megamycete. It absorbs and stores memories from people who pass away in close proximity, including Miranda, and everything she knows. If you enter its consciousness, you might be able to solve the mystery of the purifying crystal.
Wait, what do you mean enter its consciousness?
Okay.
Hey, what up, your boy?
Your deep connection will allow you to explore the information within.
That sounds crazy. You sound crazy.
Yes, Rose, but not dangerous.
What's good in the hood, my guy?
Right? Think of it just like walking through somebody else's memories.
You really think this can work?
I think it's worth trying. What do you have to lose?
Her life, humanity. If she mutates or
How do I
something.
even do this?
B90. What's good in the hood, dude?
Shit, I don't know. Try reaching out to it.
How you doing,
See what happens.
brah?
Okay.
I told Jay, I was like, hey, don't come to my stream tonight. Because, like, I know he cares about Resident Evil, the lore, the
hell?
story, and all that. And I was just like, this is all spoiler. So, those two look like they would open a restaurant that serves $30 burgers are mid. I don't think I've ever had a $30 burger that was mid.
Oh my god, Rose.
But I hear you. It's those ones where it's like, when you get it, it's like wrapped in like newspaper. You know?
Stay away from us, you freak. Imagine wanting to be friends with her.
Something just moved on her
They
hand.
bake their buns in the back.
Shut up.
Like, I know the type. Also, I'm not really like a burger guy. Like, the thing that annoys me about burgers is they get messy so quick. And one of the things that annoys me is just like, I feel like the fancier the burger, the taller it gets. You know what I mean? It's like, make it wider, bitch. I can't unhinge my jaw like in The Mummy to eat a fucking burger.
I'm still.
And then those are the ones where it's just like, they get, and then you have to like, you can. More of a Popeye's chicken guy. Don't you ever say that. Don't you ever say that I did. Whatever the fucking line is. Sounding like a school shooter saying, I don't show up to the stream tonight. Don't show up to the stream tonight. Okay, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. That's funny. I can't, dude, I'm proud of you if you can. I don't know. The act of having to like unhinge my jaw like a snake. I don't know. I'm just not as into it, unfortunately. I've had good burgers though. Looks more like Church's. Dude, I actually like Church's chicken. Church's chicken over Popeyes. Don't get me started, guys. Stop it. Nailed it. Yeah, I like Church's. Dude, it's like juicy. Sometimes it comes with the jalapeno. Their biscuits are top notch. They have the best biscuits in the business. And I will die on that hill. I met a girl that could unhinge her jaw one time. Nice. I don't need that problem though. She'll just like lick it like it. And then I'm done. I'm like, cool. Miranda's research claims that megamycete preserves Zaxby's is good. I never heard of Zaxby's. I meant that as a racist comment, not a Joey troll, just for your information. Your mom doesn't count. Nice. I figured, it's just I see Popeyes, I'm just like, I get activated like a fucking sleeper agent, you know? That's what it is. It's like you know, Winter Soldier? Like my activation code is like Resident Evil, Netflix, Popeye's chicken. And I'm like, ah! God damn, let me read. Miranda's research claims that the megamycete preserves the memories of people who passed away. Actually, you know what? I'm playing this with controller. I'm cozy tonight. See if it lets me. Within the area of influence, absorbing them into its own vast consciousness. We also know, based on our previous encounters with the mold, that people who are contaminated with the mutamycete are connected in a kind of mold network. Zaxby's chicken is top tier. Is this a local joint? Is it a chain? Because I've never heard of Zaxby's. Zaxby sounds cool. Zaxby sounds like every indie film where it's like, it's always like it's some coast town. The daughter is like a dick. The dad's dead or something like that. They live in like a nice house even though they struggle with bills. You know, like that kind of movie where it's like it's all like that tingy guitar sound. Sounds like Zaxby, like a character in that. Sleeper agent, nice. Zaxby's is good. Do you have a Zaxby's too, Shoddy? Yep. If we extrapolate from this, we can surmise that subjects with a strong affinity to the megamycete should be able to use a network to connect to the memories of the dead with the megamycete. It should be possible to verify this theory using the lab's megamycete sample we collected 16 years ago. We just need a suitable subject with a proven connection to the mold. I am the mold! Unfortunately, this presents a problem. Our organization's policies prevent us from directly contacting civilians who are infected with the mutamycete. Certainly, the ethical reasoning is understandable, but it has rendered the confirmation of this theory impossible. It pains me to think of how much mankind could stand to benefit from this preservation and indexing of human consciousness. That's horrifying. The possibilities of preserving and even reclaiming great minds. Perhaps there's some way of cutting through the red tape. It's a chain. I want a fucking Zaxby's. No, I ate it when I was traveling. Audie, Cyber. Did you all know that Audie is alive? But we never see her because she hates me. I've barely been in any streams. I don't hate any of you guys. I mean, I hate some of them, but I get it. I hope you're feeling better. Okay. Mwah. Let's do this. I hate it here. I hate equally. Yeah, Solid made me laugh when like one time he was like, "No lives matter," and he like slammed the door, and I was like, "Fucking, that's epic, dude." That was fucking amazing. I don't remember what really goes down in here. I remember like having to like, I think you can like purify enemies or some shit like that, but like I don't really know what this bitch does. Oh, it's all coming back to me. There's a lot of stealth and running and hiding and shit. The worst kind of survival horror. Okay. Ooh, nice. That is the map button. Okay. So I'm playing with controller for this. Don't know why. Don't judge me. I just felt like it. Okay. Is that alright with you? Run. Run type toggle on off. Yeah, toggle. Click to run. Okay, cool, perfect. But on a real note, Publix. Zach, wait, Publix? Oh, Publix, dude. So I went to Orlando and I went to a Publix, dude. The nicest fucking place I've ever fucking been to. We walked in, homeboy like hops over the counter. He's like, "Hey, welcome, guys. How can I help you?" I'm like, "It's fine." The fried chicken is the best fried chicken. I've been all over the US and had many fried chickens. I believe it, man. You strike me as a guy who knows his fucking chicken, you know? Oh, it's a shoe. I had Popeyes for the first time a few months back because we got one near me. Pretty disappointing. There's a far better chicken place as... Dude, Popeyes is fucking mid, dude. I have no idea why Popeyes is nearly as popular as it is. Publix is the best grocery store. Dude, yeah. Like, I went in there and I felt like a better person somehow. I was just like... Yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck you, Ekans.
Someone there?
Dangerous here.
What is? Why? Hang tight. I'm gonna see if I can find a key.
It was supposed to be a habanero chicken burger. It was like slightly spiced disappointment. Not gonna lie, dude, a habanero chicken burger sounds pretty fucking, but you know, Popeyes lets another one down, you know. I was excited. I don't like the half pickled fried chicken. Half pickled. Oh, from Popeyes. Everything else is mid. Even that fucking sandwich is mid. I gave that shit a chance too. I was like, fuckers are dying over this. I tried it. It's just a chicken sandwich, you fucking animals. I haven't gone back, but I should. No, you shouldn't. Honestly, do you guys have a Jollibee? Jollibee is like superior. Jollibee has amazing chicken. Everything else is weird. I don't like Filipino spaghetti. Their burgers look good. I haven't tried their burgers yet. But don't buy into the hype. Popeyes sucks dick. Jollibee's good. Eat Jollibee. Or Churches. Or even KFC. I don't give a shit. Rose, that's my name. Don't wear it out. Fuck. To create art, simply add to the rabbit's carcasses. Decay is not an issue. Note, spruce them up with a bit of makeup. It makes them seem more alive. I don't think that's how it works. Papa's came out of the with the chicken sandwich and people were dying over it. It was like an episode of the Boondocks. It really was. It really was. Not even joking. And this is a quote from the show. It was a nigga moment. Someone threw a chair. People started shooting and just fucking, I was like, guys, calm down. It's just a chicken sandwich. What up, Deadwolf? How you doing, my guy? Real talk. Audipop DM'd me to say she does hate me, but doesn't want to look mean. Yeah, I believe it. That's the move. He was like, hey, I didn't want to make a scene, but in fact, I do fucking hate you. Sorry to hear that, though.
What the hell is this stuff?
Oh my god! I got items in my inventory. Oh, key items. I can craft shit. Okay. I like how you're like real talk. Oh shit. I remember dying a lot in this part in particular. Is it a poop demon for Dogma? No. What the fuck? Oh, hold on, sorry. Damn it, my niece is texting me. I want to reply. Actually, I'll tell her. I'm on stream if you want to chat. Oh shit, hang on. Let me turn on video capture. Game capture. There we go. There we go. All right, fix that. All right, cool. Let's go. Sorry, I was covering my bases. I don't like leaving people on, like, not even on red. I don't like ignoring just because I'm streaming. Nah, I mean.
What's this? No! Stop! Help!
I play all the time when I'm streaming. I even take phone. I noticed you do. You'll be gone for like 15 minutes sometimes. I'm like, where'd you go? Later, bitch. All right, peace out, B90. You going to bed? Wait, I haven't gone back, but I should. All right, well, you have a great rest of your night, my guy.
Who are you? I'm Rose. What's going on here? Must keep moving. But too dangerous here.
Later, B90. You're the best of us. Vaya con Dios.
Wait up!
I was saying, yeah. Oh, I thought you were saying later, bitch, to me. I was saying, yeah. See, to her being dragged into that shit. Yeah, this is gross shit too. It's like the Venom symbiote, but like, I don't know, white veins, or not white veins, because white veins is kind of what the movie has. I'm in red. Well, sometimes when I step away, it's because I'm going to get my dabs, or I had to take my dogs out, or just smoke a cigarette. We got to get you I'll be right back screen. Wait, where'd this bitch go? I wasn't paying attention. Fuck! Where'd she go? Did she go this way? Oh, she did. Hey, girl.
Help me lift.
No, I feel bad. Either pausing stream to reply, or leaving stream to like chat on a phone. Like either way, it goes both ways. Because I also don't want to like leave people on red or whatever, you know? How do I crouch? Oh. Wait, how do I crouch? I was on a manic. Okay, right stick. I used to have a BR back stream, but now I stream on PS5. Oh, fuck. That's right. Do you have... Oh no, you would need like some sort of HDMI capture, which you don't have currently, huh? 'Cause I was gonna say, if you have a computer with OBS, you don't need much power to stream, especially if you're just capturing HDMI.
What the fuck?
And you would have a lot more control over certain stuff. You'll look better, you'll sound better, you can have scenes. I can hook you up with like chat boxes and stuff, or overlays.
Y'all look just like me.
If I'm you and you are me. Who is the real me?
Hey, are you listening to me? The switch handle's missing.
Let me run, bitch. I need to find that handle quickly. Go deeper. I used a beef up Chromebook that has a Ryzen 700 AMD in it. Here's the thing. I should, but I don't know the Ryzen and AMD equivalents to NVIDIA and Intel, just because NVIDIA and Intel are all I've ever known. Hello, Govno. What up, Angel? How you doing? Weather. But is that good? What's the NVIDIA equivalent to a Ryzen 7000? Oh shit, there's dead bodies down here.
So many bodies.
Usually when I step off stream, I'm not busy. I've just had enough of chat's bullshit. Or shit. Being chilling, how's stream going? Stream's going pretty well. It kind of just started. Not really. How long have I been streaming? 20 minutes? Feels like it. I just started. Oh shit! I just started this DLC. I think I can finish it tonight. If I'm not mistaken, this DLC is only 3 or 4 hours.
Really?
So I'm going to finish it. Because I think I finished it in a sitting when it came out. And I haven't played it since then. How you doing? Hey, wait. Can I talk about what tomorrow is? Or do you not want to do that? Everybody! Angel's birthday is in 3 hours, okay? She's turning 67. But black don't crack, so you can't tell. T-minus 3 hours. Actually, T-minus 2 hours and 55 minutes. Did you play your birthday on easy mode? You guys are really hammering that in. What game was it? It was Sifu? Yeah, y'all, I'm ancient. I feel it. Where did I run? Where did I run? Wait. Where? I don't know if I'm going the right way or not. I don't know if I'm going the right way or not. What the fuck? Where do I go? Damn it, I got a game over. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna play on easy mode, LMAO. Oh, God damn, hold on. I'm trying to talk, I just hear this fucking woman being mauled to death. My fucking ear. Actually, easy mode birthday sounds amazing. Oh, that's right, this shit. Like, that's my problem. Sometimes with chat, there's a disconnect with like chat and then the game, and I'm like, wait. No? Oh shit! I didn't see it.
No way!
Wait.
Dead end!
But yeah, it's her birthday soon. If I'm live by the time it actually hits your birthday, I'll say happy birthday.
No! Stay back!
Yeah, I'll set an alarm even.
What on earth?
Hell yeah. Typo shito. That's why he says no. What are you up to? How's your night going? They sound kind of like the, what were they called in RE Revelations? They're not the molded. They're not the bloated. I don't know. I forgot what they're called. But all the sea virus monsters. The little. Just finishing up the last bit of work, and then I want drinky poo. Right on, brother. Not gonna lie, I'll be a little sad when Angel finally gets sick of my comments and bans me. I don't think it. I think as long as she knows you're joking, I think you're fine. If you ever get like actually like gross, like disrespectful, then maybe. But I think you're fine. I don't know. What are your thoughts, Angel? Angel, what do you have to say? Ha 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 ha! You ain't gonna nowhere. You ain't going to nowhere.
What?
I think it's a good sign. Gonna play on easy. Also, poop and pee.
Okay.
Not enemy.
What were those things? What is happening here?
Leave now, bitch. Run.
How? What is this? Where am I?
Amy. Gorilla. Bad. Reminds me of a little bit.
Not until I get this out of my body. There's a crystal here that
You look
will
cool,
remove
though.
the mold. I need
You're
to
not going
find it.
anywhere. I got you for 3 whole minutes.
And I'm not leaving until I do.
Bone sauce ready. How loud was that?
Who are you? My guardian angel?
Oh, I'm gonna fight you in the ring, brother. I'm the cream of the crop.
Angel, then Gabriel? Michael? Okay. Michael?
I like when wrestlers talk shit.
What now?
Also, speaking of wrestling, my wife's back. AJ Lee is back. I'm so excited. AJ Lee is my WWE waifu. I want that one. Ooh. It is a grand honor that you would bestow upon me such an important task. I can report the liquid void you provide. I got some liquid void for you. Provided me has some splendid properties. Tell you what, it's most obvious. It's most obvious uses for my dogs on the hunt. Ooh, hitting them as they pursue our quarry. It also does wonders for slowing down and corralling the rabbits. Some have even been foolish enough to stumble up into it and been completely engulfed. With this, I'm certain I will be able to fulfill your expectations and get you the results you so desire. I can't read. The only WWE waifu I have is Sailor Moon. I need you to explain. Because I like WWE and I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Is that in here? Good, we're Gucci. Yep, there is inventory there.
Things.
Welcome. I made her. Oh, god damn it, you boy. I thought you meant like a real fucking WWE wrestler. What? Core's online. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I made that, by the way. That's all me. What up, Cores? Are you a RE fan? Mega Bunk. Hey, what the fuck? Like Queef, that's all. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that as well. I also love your fucking name. How are you doing? I'm doing pretty alright. I'm almost done with my RE marathon. One of the things I've said was like, and it's funny because I know everybody's doing it, especially since RE9 was announced, but I want to stream every Resident Evil. And not just what Most Critical did. There's other spin-offs he didn't touch. I'm playing all of it. God damn it.
A pity.
How are you doing? I'm doing all right.
Escaped that purifying crystal.
She's real to it's real to me, damn it.
Crystal.
What you guys do to your body, and then the homeboy just like rubbing his back. It's me. Does your name start with Y? Gotta run, but I hope you enjoy the rest of your stream. Cores, no, after all we've been through, you can't leave me. All of it, as much as I can. Yeah, nice. Like Queef, I love your name, and if this is the person I think it is, that's my niece. Oh shit. Thank you. No problem. Thank you for the laugh. Ah! Wait, which way? Left or right? Left or right? Ah! Oh, fuck you.
Thank God. A way out. Shit! What now?
Oh. In danger. You don't say. Need weapon. It's Captain Obvious is what this character is. Gun. What is a gun?
Where am I gonna get a gun?
Touch my words.
What, like this?
Shit. Can you imagine me like need fucking Silent Hill F and I just touch it and I'm like, oh shit. When I say I want to suck the soul out of a man, that's what I meant. Nice. Angel, you perv. Got him. Nice, I figured. I see my, yeah, a text from Like Queef just now. That is an amazing name. Where the fuck did you come up with that? It was a typo. Sure. It was a funny typo. Wait. I think. Can I? Nope. No. Wait. I can't. Not yet. Now I can fight back. Oh, this is unlocked now. Let me in. Let me in. It was supposed to be Lil Queef. Well, Lick Queef is... I would say that's just as funny. If not, funnier. Happy mistake.
This must be the crystal.
The disciples await their masks. Bronze, silver... I wasn't done. Gold. With their garbs, a raid. What's a raid mean? The lights shall... God damn it! Be released. Lil Queef. Lil Queef is better. Lick Queef? Yeah, I like Lick Queef. I like that one more. Down with the sickness? No, down with the thickness. We'll see in a few years. Fucking get up, come on, get down with the thickness. What are you up to, Lick Queef? I say I want to suck the soul out of a man. This is what I mean. That's fucking diabolical. Again, I'm like Ghost of Tsushima. Bitch, did you even finish Death Stranding? Did you? Because I'd actually love to geek out about it. Off stream, because I know some people here haven't played it. I don't want to spoil it. No, I'm close though. That's all fair. I actually am way behind on Death Stranding 2. I bought it and I got busy and I just got distracted. But it's like, that's like my main off-screen game. Next to fucking Tetris on Game Boy. Dude, I put in like weird hours on Tetris on Game Boy. I'm like, it's been like 3 hours. I'm like, why am I still playing this? So weird. Oh, wait, there's another door in there? Is it covered by the goo? Tetris is a fun time. It really is. Oh yeah, but you were asking about modding my Vita. So there's certain exploits. So you just need a computer, basically, an SD card, and honestly, I recommend. They call it SD to Vita. That's an adapter that lets. So you know the part where you put in the game. There's an actual adapter that lets you put an SD card in that, and then you put that in the slot, and then that's your storage. But modding a Vita is actually like stupid easy, and you can just download shit directly from the internet. Like you don't even have to. Like it's a clean transfer. It's kind of cool. He sounds like me when I get up to go pee at night. Dude, I'm about to fucking go play on PC again. Mouse and keyboard. I don't like missing headshots. Man, I miss modding the PSP. Yeah, the PSP was great. I have that one modded. It's in my room though. And I have the modded Vita. Keep it family friendly. I'd hate to have to ban you. Yeah, Angel. God. There's children present, okay? Oopsie daisy. Okay, that's strike one though. We'll let it slide this time. This is a Christian Minecraft server, man. Christian. Ew. Over here. Could help.
If you really want to help, you could back me up against those things.
I can't.
What? So I'm on my own? Great.
That'll do. Even though, now that I can run and move, I'm actually gonna try this with mouse and keyboard, baby. Yeah. Aw, yeah. Oof. I can aim and hit everything. Ha ha ha. Noted. Yeah, so when you suck the soul out, you better be putting salvation back in. That was a pretty good joke, though. Wait, what are you up to, Angel? How's your night going? What are you doing? Everybody, tell me what you have going on for the night. What the fuck? Rocket League. Play a good game. Just about done with prep work, then I'm done for the evening. Right on, brother. Hell yeah. Well, one of these doors is locked. I went in the entrance hall. Let me see if I can go this way. I'm going the wrong way, I think. Going the wrong way. The wrong way. Go across the hall. Fuck! That's right. Leave me alone. I have bolt cutters now, but what do I cut? I have to go and find all the locked doors, and you stop pressing C. Wait, what? Oh. Not the kitchen. Was the kitchen locked with It must have been. It must be. Let's go through the door. Yep. Sorry guys, sorry. I'm not good at map, you know? I suck at map. I don't love map. I go outside? Oh, it's right here. Found it! God damn, I'm dumb. Just checking. At some point, I can like purify these, right? Oh, I think I can now. Ooh. Gross lumpy thing growing here. I love lamp. Now, Brick, are you just saying things that you see? Or do you actually love lamp? I love lamp! Mask trapped. Break core.
Core? You mean that gross lumpy thing? How am I supposed to break it?
Use your powers. She just goes.
Powers?
Only way. It's the only way.
Okay, fine. But how? What am I supposed to do?
Pee on it. Need amplifier.
What's that?
Honestly, because I have to pee. I'm gonna go soon. Oh, let's go. But first, any pickups? Of course not. You'll never make it. Never make it. Can't you see? You'll never make it. Chosen one. My best movie ever, by the way. Oh shit, I can still craft. Hell yeah. I love that movie. Dude, I can quote that fucking movie. I had that movie on DVD. I love that movie. Knock knock, who's there? Your bot is about to be kicked. I can use these things and combine them together. Herb and chem fluid, gunpowder and chem fluid. Did they assume I just didn't play the original game and I just jumped in the DLC? Togepi! Fuck yeah. There might be more items I can combine. I need to survive. Let's go this way first. Oh boy. What are you doing? Can I go through? Leave her alone! Is this what you mean, Angel? Let me know if you see a Radio Shack. Ah, na, 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 na. Neo. Ah, na, 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 na. Sporin. Neosporin. Blinini. Watch out about the song about big butts. He picks you up while playing it. Wait, no more. Wait. Where? Fuck. Ah, wait. No. No, I'm not ready. There's too fucking many of you guys. I got 4 bullets. What the f— oh, wait. Can I craft? Eight rounds. Woo! Hell yeah. Fuck you, game. Left or right? Left or right? Okay. Fuck off me! Ah! Ah! No, no, no. Oh my god, I have to run. I have to run. Fuck. Wait, I should be able to use my healing herb right now. I almost died. I was so scared. Taco Bell, Taco Bell. Product placement of Taco Bell. You got the wrong lyrics, god damn it. And chorito, nacho burrito. But isn't Betty a woman's name? Fucking love Betty. If there's liquor in this game, tell it to open your mouth. Dog, I'm out of ammo. What the fuck do I do? Can I go anywhere else? I can't craft anymore, can I? Fuck. I don't remember struggling. His name is Wimplo. We trained him wrong as a joke. You drew first blood, making me the victor. I don't know what to do. Can I run past him? No. Hold on, god damn it. Hold on, something is up. Something is wrong here. Bad wrong. Badong, yes. Killing is badong. Fuck! Where the fuck do I go? I don't have any goddamn ammo. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna go pee. Then I'm gonna come back. Then I'm gonna play. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm scared. Way through, sent him to the loser's bracket. And I was surprised because like Frank's good. Like fucking Scorpion himself, he just climbed his way out of the nether realm and got his revenge. And it was down to me and him, and I didn't win a single round of that fight. He fucking wiped his ass with me. So if I was there, I would have been second. LOL. Oh, you're talking shit.
Oh, 8 down sights? Oh, I know, right? I guess I could technically fake it. Ah, shit! That was a real scream that time. Fuck! I hate you. I hate you. Give me my knife back, bitch. Oh, Lord, they coming.
Take me when you need me.
Oh shit, why did that scare me? No! Oh, I jumped a little bit. That's pathetic. Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt! Don't eat my butt. Oh.
This is amazing. Oh, what up, Salt? Do you go by Salt or Tofu? I've been teeter-tottering.
Alright.
How's your day going?
Everyone that's playing Resident Evil today on stream is having a harder time than they originally had. Oh, right.
Promise?
That's what Jay was having trouble too. I don't. No, hang on. Mira. Okay, let's see. Let's go down and go to the courtyard and see. No, this is where I have to go. I have to deal with this shit. I don't have any ammo. I'm almost dead. What do I do? Can I just run past these assholes? Follow the ink. Trust in the ink. Oh shit. Wait. Can I run pit in here? It's gonna kill me, isn't it? Actually, can I use that? Oh, thank God. Wait, no! Ah! Darn. craft more now. Can't. I have 16 rounds. That should be enough for like 2 enemies. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to go in there. You can't make me. No. I got 24 rounds. Everything. Oh yeah, sorry. Okay. All right. All right, come here, motherfucker. Oh shit, you're right here. Oh shit, I didn't even do that. I really have to change that fucking hotkey. Can I do that now? Okay. Shift caps lock? Wait, remember hitting caps lock? Oh, actually, that's kind of cool. Shift caps lock. Oh, you bitch! Could be us, but you playing. Ah! Fuck. Don't touch me. Don't fucking touch me, man. Don't you fucking touch me. Get the fuck away from me. Alright, cool. How am I doing better this time? There's another one. Oh, no. I'm gonna see if I can just... No, get out of the fucking goo, Joey. You'll be back. Clear the fucking doodad, and then you'll get... Yep, here we go. What was the fucking problem last time? When did I die? I ran out of ammo quick. I have enough for like maybe one. At least give me like a knife so I can at least have a false sense of security. This is terrible. Ah! No, stop it. Fuck off.
No way I'm wading through that. Maybe I can find a way across.
Also, can we talk about how good Jay's stream was today? I think Jay had a great Resident Evil stream. I had fun watching that one. Am I biased? Yes. But I think he did good. That was very entertaining. And when he died without saving, I was like, hell yeah. Hell yeah. But isn't Betty a woman's name? Whoa, Black Betty. Dude, I just want to watch Kung Pao now. Holy shit. I'm gonna cancel stream and just fucking veg out to that movie. I get paid in 2 hours. I'm gonna get drunk. This. It reminds me of those like TikTok or like real reactions, right? Those reaction videos where somebody is like doing like it's always like a cut thing, right? It's like up here is the actual content, then down here is the fucking parasite. They don't gotta say shit. Someone up there is preaching, or it's like a scene from a movie, and they're just like, that shit pisses me off, dude.
Here to drink
What's up,
milk
Cyber?
and kick ass.
Yeah, I don't think reaction content is content.
And I've just finished my milk.
Unless it's like a trailer or something. You have to actually at least react to it. If you're just doing this,
Focus?
fuck off.
Right.
Welcome back, Cyber. What are you doing tonight? You didn't tell me. What are you up to?
Different.
Also, yeah, did you play this during your marathon? I forget. Use on core. Try now.
All right.
Use these nuts in your chin. Ew. I know how to craft. Is that what that was? Yeah, I have found a means of dramatically destabilizing parts of the Amino-MyCete network by introducing a disruptive force to block the auto-inducers they use for communication. For example, the hard-packed cores of mold known as the Sclerotia? What does SCL sound like? Sclerotia? Sorry, began to break down on cellular level and disintegrate when thus disrupted. Sclerotia form when the mini-mycete develops in new locations, serving as a sort of anchor point or foothold. They are often associated with a patch of liquid void through which the mold has spread. When the autoinducers of the Sclerotia are disrupted, they begin to break down. Any liquid void connected to the Sclerotia will also disintegrate. It would also appear that destabilizing the Sclerotia sends a signal indicating that the signal is no longer viable for the Amino-mycete habitation, triggering a full-scale retreat. Cyber, come back, boo boo. Close that. Fix it. Cool. Cool. Focus here. You're not the boss of me, bitch. Space. It's like Stranger Things, and she's like, Papa! Starts melting these things. That's kind of cool. Alright, let's go. Full scale retreat. Tight. Type shit. Oh yeah, right on, brother. Dude, we got gunpowder. Hell yeah. Is it? Yeah. Oh! I thought she was to climb down. Fucking psycho.
Can't get around it. Need to get rid of it.
Cyber, get back here! I have a question. Oh shit, hold on. Where? It sounded... Oh, is that the door? Yeah, there he is. Ask your question. Ask him if he beat the Shadows of Rose DLC. I missed that in his marathon when he was streaming these. What's the question? Yeah, did you finish the Shadows of Rose DLC? Sick. Nope. Aw, dang. What are you guys playing tonight? Sorry, I didn't realize you guys were busy. I feel bad now. Anything for me? No. Oh, there's this. That's nice. Fucking mold, am I right? They sound a lot like the monsters in Revelations, and I guess C technically, or the C infected. And fucking 6 is what I meant to say. I think they have that same sound, you know? Is he safe? Where is he? Where is he? Ah! Ah! You're running trios in Rocket League? You should stream it. You should stream at this point. I hope you guys are having fun. Love you both, and hope you're having a great night. Mwah. Those are forehead kisses. Don't spend that all in one place, okay? Those are valuable. Can't kiss your own forehead, you know what I'm saying? Have I been in here? Yes, I have. Oh, the courtyard. Yeah. Fuck. Alright. So wait. I could go to the waiting room, right? Yes. If not, then I'll go to the courtyard. And these fake roses got fucked up, dude. Oh, that's right, you're locked. Shit. Well, then I gotta go back downstairs. Yeah. Let's go this way. Trios? Who's your third?
What?
I'm not gonna be able to fight that right now. God damn it, game. Who is this? Where'd they go? Alright, that's fine. As long as I don't have to fight him right now. I'm not ready. Feels dry. Oh, okay. Cool. We'll tell Feels dry I say hi. Oh, it is right here. One.
I finally got it.
It's just not the same. Yeah, that's where I fucking came from, isn't it? Yep. Let's go around and see what else I can unlock. That's the Resident Evil way. I get. Oh shit! I guess I can go back in there. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, it's this way. You silly goose! Oh shit! Wait, what's right here? The dead me. Cool. Not monocular door deep in the basement. The monocular door. I didn't know Feels Dry played Rocket League. I feel like I should though. I'm a butt. Being a butt. I'm a bad friend. No, I knew that because one of the times he did stream, he was playing Rocket League. Now I think about it. Locked, loaded. Rest. You're not the boss of me. What's wrong?
Everything. None of this was supposed
Fuck.
to happen.
Why not leave?
No. The reason I came here hasn't changed. I need that crystal.
Here. Yeah, give me some shit. What you got for me? I'll take that. Thanks. Even though the hotkey didn't seem to work. Wait. What is this way? Can I unlock this yet? There's a lock from the other side. Yep. I guess I could put the mask in. Oh, and I go that way. Hell yeah. Right on, brother. Okay, what's... Lock it all. Someone? No, not the mask. The mask. That's what I meant. Hold on. First of all, 4, 1. Okay, that means you wear this. No, no, not you. Off. You no. Wait, who has 1? Hang on. I can't tell because there's a big fucking graphic in your face. This one. You look like Ultraman, kinda. Can I save? Typewriter? Oh, there is. Oh, it's right here. Yeah, yeah. Gunpowder. Ooh. Locked. Oh, I need the I key. I don't have yet. I do not recall a single thing. Not who I am, nor how I came to be. I know nothing. My memories are as broken as the face I hide behind this mask. All that remains is this feeling, this hunger. To see others in pain, the despair in their eyes, the sound of their screams. So who will be my next quarry? I have my minion to do my bidding. He has many faces, but no brains within those skulls. He's my best hound, and
platform. You've also heard
I got
concerns about bias.
He will chase those rabbits down. Thank you for the redeem.
Conservatives, and I just was as a final question.
No one knows what it's like to be the bad man, to be the sad man behind blue eyes. Good one. Good one, ya boy. Wait. Oh. That's where I came from. Monster? Where? The fuck? Where? That letter you were reading sounded like the song by Limp Bizkit. Well, what's funny is that song's a cover, so it's not by Limp Bizkit. But I hear you. What are you up to, you boy? What are you doing tonight? Where the fuck do I go? Hold on. Get down. I'm tired of going the wrong way. Entrance hall. Wait, can I go back there? I know it's a cover, but I'd rather listen to Limp Bizkit's rendition. That's fair. Oh, this is blocked, so I can't go this way. Meth. Not even once. Not going that way. So I guess I gotta go back upstairs. I like a song Faith. The Limp Bizkit cover, George Michael. I'd rather listen to their version. I like both versions. I really do like the Limp Bizkit one, but I like both. I know you're not asking me to stay. Say please, please, please don't go away. Cause you give me the blues. Baby. I know all the things you say. I don't know. Cause I say them too. His little bootsies, his little fucking, his little jeans. Wait, is that the jeans video? That's the jeans video, right? What? Oh shit, this is dead end. You disgust me. I knew you'd say that. That's funny. Jay, I said stay away from my stream today. What are you doing? Are you trying to get spoilers? Welcome in, Jay. I hope your shift is going well. Andron map. Yay, yay! What did they even fucking mark? That's funny. That's such a Jay response. I'm not here for 5 minutes and you people already praising Limp Bizkit. You need me here. Limp Bizkit's fine. I have no guilt regarding my pleasure of Limp Bizkit.
I am untethered and my rage knows no bounds!
Make me happy.
Stop it! Stop it! You're gonna break it! You're gonna break it! You broke it! You son of a bitch! Oh, okay, it's done. Okay. The fuck is this? Jay? God damn it, Jay. You motherfucker. Dude, I don't know why it breaks like this. Yours doesn't fucking break. You only stopped it because, you know, we annoyed you. Hold on. Dickhead. Hang on. Where is it? Fuck, I can't even find the source. Mix it up. There it is. How's work going? Rich Michael was good. Will not let you down. Will not give you up. Freedom. Freedom. Linux. Is it because he's using Linux that it doesn't break? He's using speech to text. You kind of have to take everything he fucking writes with a grain of salt. Okay. Spider. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay. Fix the place can't be moved. Can't move you guys? Okay. So. This eats or gets eaten by? I could put, I'm gonna assume it gets eaten by. So the butterfly gets eaten by the frog. And the frog gets eaten by Oh no, gets eaten by the spider. And then the spider eats the frog. And then... Oof. Oh, I gotta find another painting. This doesn't even work. Shit. Alright, I'll be back. Limp. Maybe he says he likes Limp Bizkit's cover of Faith and speech to text just made him sound retarded. I say Limp Bizkit and the text to speak picks it up right away and spell it correctly. When I say Linux, it spells it that way. Somehow the fact that it did it again makes it funnier. Why is it my bindings? I guess use healing item. Why did they remove that for this DLC? That makes no sense. Whatever. I guess I'll go to my inventory and use it like any other herb I would, you know, back in the day. It doesn't make sense to me though, but whatever. Like Lennox Lewis. Like the member of the Beatles, John Lennox. Hold on. Salon. Oh, okay. No, I can't go in there because that's locked for sure. Wait, what's blue now? What the fuck, game? All right, we're gonna go. Wait, the library's locked, right? I think that door in the library is locked. I'm gonna check. Joey, if you could share a dinner with any member of Limp Bizkit, who you choosing? Oh, fucking Fred Durst. Because not only is that the only member I know, it's the only member that matters. And I'd be like, Fred, can you pass the ranch dressing? I go, yeah, and he'll just fucking hand it to me. Oh, this is locked. Arnar. Not DJ Lethal? Is that the guitarist? Who's DJ Lethal? I don't know the band members aside from Limp Bizkit. I mean, let's have Limp Bizkit aside from Fred Durst. I'm lost. I'm genuinely lost, but I'm gonna go back because I think there are rooms I can check that are now. No, he's the guy on the turntable. You know, after you said DJ, I should have been able to defer that. He doesn't just make shitty music anymore. He makes shitty movies. He does make shitty movies. I'll give you that. I wanted to see The Fanatic just because it looked funny. With him and Devon Sawa. That looked funny. I heard it was one of those movies that was kind of like tone deaf. Because they portray, I think, autism kind of like offensively. It's called The Fanatic. Also, that's not his only movie. He's directed like 3 movies, I want to say. And the only one like I know by name is The Fanatic. So this is locked. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure this is locked over here. Oh, it's not. Oh, but that's right. There's nothing else I need for me to get yet. All right. I'll go to the dining room. Yeah, just look up Fred Durst directing and you'll find some movies he made. He was also in that Y2K movie, but I haven't seen it. I think he plays himself. Oh shit, nice. Stay safe. Thanks, bitch. What do you got for me? It's a Fred Durst also directed a movie with Ice Cube called Long Shots. I never even heard of that one. Run.
Yeah, I guess I can't fight them all.
Very helpful. Thanks, Cam. I don't know where I'm going. Found the bronze mask. That's it. Now I need the silver and gold. God damn it, Shuri. Yep. Fuck. Oh, wait. Let me check that map. Dressing room. E. Okay. Okay. All right. Where's the dressing room again? Main hall. But I can't go in there. It's over here. Right? I don't think it let me in there. I'll try again. I don't know how to get in there. Play a good game. This is a good game. I think you'll actually like this when you play it. I think you'll like 8, bro. It's not. I would say I like 7 more, just because I think 7 was more focused and it had like more horror. 8 kind of feels like a hodgepodge of different like genres and stuff that they could have gone, but they were just like, let's just throw it all in there. But I think 8 plays very well. 8 is a fun game. Oh, I'm an idiot.
My word, you're just full of surprises.
Oh shit. Okay, in here. Help me. Those things chased me in here, but where is it? The binocular key was not where it was supposed to be. It was not in the room. It must be close by. It's this way. What does that say? Don't go too weak. Which virus does she have that gives her powers like that? Jay, are you not here anymore? Because I don't want to spoil stuff, man. I'm gonna give you 20 seconds to respond before I start spoiling stuff. I would say you're here at your own risk. I warned you. I warned you. So I'm gonna give it a minute before I reply. I'm gonna see if he responds. Just to know he's gone. Well, I warned him enough. He could. I think that's enough time. Anyway, so this is a 2-part answer, technically. One, it's not a virus. She is not only infected by, but probably the product of the mold from 7 fusing with a human. And on top of that, this also isn't actually happening. This is all in her mind. But the correct answer, the main answer is it's the Metamycete.
I did that.
Is that it? When is next Sunday movie night? Dude, I haven't done that in so long. I feel bad. Because there are movies I wanted for Jay. I wanted to do a triple feature of the Human Centipede movies. And I have one more animated Resident Evil movie, which I don't think was part of the movie nights. I think we did Vendetta, but I don't think I showed Death Island, which is second favorite one. I don't know. Maybe I could try next weekend. If there's actual demand for it, I can move my schedule around to make it happen. It's just my days off have been increasingly more social. White Sage. What? Open inventory. Sage. Oh. Which one was the one where Leon kept using a motorcycle everywhere and Chris kept getting into a gunfight on the roof? It's not. Oh yeah. That one's Vendetta. That's Vendetta. It's a good game. It's a good movie. I liked it at least. I think that's. I think that's my favorite one. minus one weird thing at the end. But Death Island is also up there. I wish I could have finished Chris's campaign today. Yeah, I did too. You're kind of close, man. You're not too far. Oh shit! Oh shit! Wait, there's more of you! Oh shit! Wait, there are so many of you! Fuck you guys! It's not nice. Can I craft more ammo? Oh, I can craft a lot more. Right on, brother. Alright, are you guys like right by the door still? I wish you weren't. You're not too far, man. Like, I think you're like in the last like third. Yeah, I have less than 2 hours left. I'll finish it and start with RT. Okay, dude, I'm really excited for that. What time are you gonna stream? Because I want to be there for the beginning. I don't want to catch it like after, because I'm not working tomorrow. I work today. I'm on my day off, which is the Joey move. But I'm actually off tomorrow. I will not be working, and I will totally chime in because I want to see you cover RE2. Your favorite. Your Frivet. Probably not an early stream since I'm behind on sleep. I'm guessing 3. Okay, hour time. Because it's 10:11 for you right now, right? We're on the same. Because I know you don't have daylight savings time, and I forget where I'm at. Is it 10 or 11 for you right now? Yeah. Okay. Cool. All right, then I'll definitely be there. As previously discussed, disrupting the autoinducers with the metamycete network can have a destabilizing effect on the mold. These effects can also be observed in beings formed of mold rather than the cellular disintegration. Disintegration. God damn it! Oh, fucking awful. Observed in sclerotia. However, this instead presents as a dramatic slowing of movement, practically freezing in the being in place. If other bodies are in close proximity to the target, this disrupt effect can spread, but only within the very limited sphere of influence. Oh wait, did I get the key? Yay! Okay. Wabaki. Oh shit. Oh, yeah, I need more. I need another painting. Do I have any? No. Flasks. I should save. I should go down there and save. Especially since I got the key, baby. Now, through the library, is that the key that I need? I don't know yet. Let's find out. I don't think it is, but we're about to see. Since I'm on this floor. I just want to check. I'm gonna peek my head in. I'm gonna leave and save regardless, okay? Oh, yeah. I got this ammo that was over here, right? Because I died when I last tried to do that. Oh, I'm fine. I just made a big ass circle. Okay. This map is way different when there's not a bunch of mold and shit blocking my fucking path. Oh, fuck. It's locked from the other side. Okay. We're gonna go back to the main hall and we're gonna save. And I'm gonna go pee and then I'll keep playing. Because I really do think I can finish this today. I don't think this is long DLC. I want to say it's like 3 or 4 hours. But the way I play, it'll be like 5 or 6. I'm not good. Also, I got a text message. Oh, God damn it, phone. Does fuckers reply yet? Hang on. Sorry. Huh? Alright, cool. We're taking a quick break. See you bitches in a minute. Now, where's Statue Trio? Where's the mono? I think the mono was back here, wasn't it? I don't think it was. No, it's not this one. Just the mono? There is a mono. Oh, okay, cool. Through the courtyard. Don't push so hard. Fuck you. Give me ammo.
I can't not push myself.
Giving up? I've given.
I can't stop now. I'm too far.
I'm sick of failing.
As careful as I can be.
Oh. Yeah, it's right across. Oh, I'm sorry. Whoa!
You're quite the tricksy little rabbit to have made it this far. The next mask, however, won't be nearly as easy to get your grubby paws on.
Sorry, this is work stuff. I'm still here. Right on, brother. What are you up to tonight? What are you doing right now? Miss. Oh, shit. Just been watching and chilling. Being chilling. It's almost your birthday! You excited? What are your plans for the day? Welcome to the Gallery of Despair, a wondrous display of those few who succeed in obtaining at least one mask. Set your sights upon those chosen few, whose final moments of despair are preserved forever in this gallery. Witness in this collection the light of life from a different perspective. Sounds very ominous.
That sick bastard.
That sick fuck. Sipping a little too? Hell yeah. I'm gonna sip a little. I'm gonna sip a little. You sipping on that tequila? I'm worried you have a problem. Nah, she's fine. Shit. On scissor. Send me a nude or I'm cutting you off. See. Oh, the tequila? Nice. Dark stuff. Scissor. Doing this right? Although I have just drowned, the arrows bite doth sting. They hanged me so long, yet I feel everything. But still the worst, not last nor first. God damn it, I can't read that fast. The sharpened blade did ring. What the fuck? Sorry. I'm actually, fuck! I'm messaging my boss and he's making me laugh right now. Sipping on some TT. I want to sip on some TT. Oh, is there an order to this? I'm fucking up. Oh, no. The order is in the thing. Hold on, let me do this right. Just tell your boss you can't talk right now, you're streaming. If he wants to talk to you, tell him to type in chat. You know what? Fuck! I need to pause. I really need to pause when I alt tab out, because when I click back, I shoot. Roger? Where's our Vector Victor? Nice. Alright, so although they have just drowned, the arrows bite, they hanged, blade. Okay, so water, arrow, hang, blade. Water. I think you drowned. Water, arrow, hanged, blade. Wait, what? No, hold on. Am I taking too long to do this? Hang on. All of you motherfuckers come back. I think I did this wrong somehow. Oh. Don't you tell me what to do. Nice. Were you here? I was even being, I was like, hold on, I'm messaging my boss. What up, Cash Cow? My manager, everybody. How you doing, dog? It is way past your bedtime. What are you doing? Roger. What's our Vector, Victor? We have clearance, Clarence. What the fuck up? You're not my real dad. How's Best Boy Junie doing? He actually came to the chat. That actually caught me by surprise too. I was gonna be like, nah, I'm not gonna do that. And I was like, oh, there he is. Nice. I was here the whole time. Surprise, asshole! I've been hearing it the whole time! Silver Mask is in the room in the back. I'm so close. I'm gonna come. Let's see. Oh, where is he? Fuck. Wait. Oh, shit. Thanks, bro. Appreciate you. I'm scared this monster's not gonna just sit here. I can't kill it. Ah! Break some shit. It's just one of those days. Let's bring back the Limp Bizkit references for Jay. His favorite. Oh my god. Fuck. Not now! No! You're gonna kill me! Okay, fucking move! Move! Memories? That was a good memory too. That was a fun night. I didn't have that on my bingo card that night. Ah! No! Wait! Get the fuck off me! Fuck. This sucks. Ah. We got ratchet. Yeah, we got fucked up that night. I think you more than anybody else. But that was fun, man. And then you Naruto running the next year. That was the highlight for me. The Naruto run is what did that was what did it for me.
2 masks down. 1 to go.
You put your filthy mitts on something.
Oh shit! God damn it!
It's time to teach this freaky little rabbit a lesson.
You motherfuckers! There's too many of them. I can't keep up with this shit. Hang on. Where do I go after this? Don't touch me! Don't you look at touch me! Let's see. Going straight. Just keep on swimming. Fuck. Fuck. God damn it, Castle.
Sorry.
Fuck off me.
I don't have any. I'm a little baby. I'm a baby. I have no money. I can pay you in blocks. No. I'm a baby.
Crouch, bitch! Ah! I did not just go in circles. Oh, I didn't. Alright. Am I done down here? I don't even care what I miss. Some ammo? I don't give a shit. I'm gonna go back in there. Thank you for the sub, Cyber. Not Cyber, Cash Cow. I appreciate that a lot. You a real one. Appreciate that. The mask? Yeah, I got it. I love that movie.
I got it, but just barely. This ugly brute turned up. No shit. I can't fight something like that.
Take this.
I'll take all the help I can get.
For real, for real. And a save. Hallelujah. Oh, hell yeah. I got the painting. What else is in here? Oh, yeah. I know what that is. Is this for Lady D bathes? Start licking it. Kind of chainsaw. What? Fucking chainsaw. What? Rest of scrap. Nice. Gunpowder. Nice also. That's it. There's nothing in there. Locked. Low absolution. I should go around and go downstairs. Hopefully there's nothing in my way. Ooh. Okay. I think we're good. Except I can't go through that. Gotta go around. Okay, I get it. Let me save again. Fuck it. There's a bunch of dead meat everywhere. Sorry, I actually tensed up. I don't know what's happening.
Little rabbit, aren't you? But you cannot simply do as you please.
We are going to the main hall. That's all I got. I don't got no more extra keys and shit. Fuck. No. The fuck out the way, dude. Okay. I'm just gonna guess it's this one. Probably wrong. Hey. Now where are all those paintings at? Because that's where I gotta go next. The paintings were at the salon, right? Gallery. All right. Okay. So this eats that. It's probably wrong. Yeah, it's wrong. So I don't know the order. It's probably from left to right, right? So the frog. Then you eat the sheep, right? Then you eat not snake. Sheep would eat like grass. So you're over here actually. And they get, I guess, snake. I can't take you out. What about frog? I guess snakes eat frogs. Snake gets eaten by the frog. And the snake gets eaten by that, right? No. I'm dumb. Hang on. We got. I think because I don't know the order. I don't know if it's left to right. You know what I mean? All I know is that
You sure about that?
I don't know. Snake
Sure
Snake
about that?
Eater.
That's why? You sure it wasn't 'cause
Someday
after the thing that
you
happened to
go
me, no one
through
could
the
look at me without
rain.
dying laughing?
Someday you,
sure about that?
feed on a tree
You sure about that's not
frog.
why?
Ordeal, the trial to survive for the day we see new light. Fucking love that song. Bum 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 boom. Bum ba da. Predators stand united, each staring staring down their prey. Okay. So spider eats the butterfly. This motherfucker eats the fucking sheep, and then I don't know if it matters, but the frog and the snake. What up, Deadwolf? How you doing? Hey, I did quit sucking. Thanks. Good timing. What's up, bro? How you doing, bruv?
To mess with me?
How's your night going? How is you? The triocular emblem begets glory unto fucking. Let me read. God damn it. Unto thee the golden mask shall be granted. That's where I gotta go, baby. Triocular. That's down there, but what's that one? That's probably just blocked by some goo. Some goo. Go back to the courtyard, which is terrifying. Oh, the salon. Can I even reach the salon yet? Hang on. Wait a minute. And then I can get my fucking... Yeah, because I can't open this yet, can I? Let me see what's in here. I forgot what I need. Some other special kind of key, right? Oh, no, it's right here. I can open it. Yeah! Compensator? What does that do? Reduces recoil? Increase firepower? Alright. Let's go! Let me at him. What up, Deadwolf? I gotta go back to the courtyard, which is this way, I think. Yep. Can't open you yet, right? Can I? Can I? Hey, yo! Give me that fucking shotgun, bitch.
This should make things easier.
A little bit. That works. That works for me. Is it in the store? It's in the store. Yeah, it is. Tight. Oh, I kind of remember this a little bit. Chem fluid, baby.
Is that the last mask?
Is that the last mask? That's how you sound, Rose. Yeah, I kind of remember this. Remember those nuts that was on your chin? I do remember those nuts. They're very small and cold and clammy. Oh yeah, I wasn't there. Cool. What time are you off, Jay? (6 a.m.) Ooh. I'll be going to bed at like fucking 5 a.m. I'm like paranoid. I'm gonna say a spoiler, dude. I'll just try to not be like verbal about any. Motherfucker. Where's the other one? Where's your friend? Pretty sick sound. Come on.
You stupid bitch! Did you fuck with me?
Best slasher ever. What up, Cyber? I love you, and I miss you. Cool, I can reach it. I can reach! I miss you too. Damn right you do. Plus, we gotta watch Demons 2 soon. I watch Demons 2. I like Demons 1 a lot. Like a lot. That was fun. You guys still playing Rocket League? God damn it. Can I craft a fucking can? The fuck away from me. No. Fuck. Paul went to bed. Hey, so I got you now. You have shared custody. It's my time now. You playing anything good lately? Anything new? I know you're playing E33. What else? What else you playing, lad? What's he playing with his balls? I mean, what is relaxing if not playing with your balls, you know? He who has not played with balls, cast the first stone. I'm playing with my balls right now. What is up here? Hang on. Saying there's something up here. I squeeze my balls like a stress ball. Same. Same. It's like grounding, you know? It just lets me know, hey, I'm here. Man, I swear, Capcom is like the king of just recycling their assets. You know, when it's good, it's good. This is good. God damn it. Where? Or is it just this? Okay, it's just the noise of it. Yay, yay!
Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy.
What now?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. I kind of do remember this. Yeah, I do. This really does remind me of Evil Within. One in particular.
Rise and shine, little one. What a shame. You were but a hop, a skip, and a jump away from claiming your crystalline prize. I knew the real Rose would be so much more lively. It would be a shame to snuff you out so unceremoniously. Shall we prolong our fun a little longer? Oh, come now, don't pout. I've prepared a nice little diversion for you. So many sclerotia. Nearly all of them are
Sclerotia.
Do you think you can suss out the real ones? Time is running out.
Wait, what? Snuff out the real ones? I gotta pee, goddammit. Alright, hold on.
You'll be swallowed right up if you don't hurry.
How
I'm
am
going,
I
I'm
supposed to tell
going.
the difference?
Stay calm. I'll help.
Only 2 minutes left. No time for lollygagging.
Left. Lower than the barrel? What barrel? Right.
You're not even close.
Oh, barrel. There's a barrel. Lower than the barrel. Right.
My, look at the time. Just 90 seconds left. It's not a good idea
One of these?
to take any chances.
I don't know if I'm doing this right.
Yes.
Take that, fucker. Nice work. Next one. Yeah, let me out. All right, go. Go on. Broken wall. Deep shadow? I don't know what that means. Broken wall, deep shadow? Oh shit, there's handgun ammo here.
1 minute to go.
Oh shit. No!
No, you're still not done.
Are you ready for the grand finale?
Hurry. Do I go in there?
What?
No. What do you want me to do? Game sucks. Up here. Oh. Creator center? I think I did it. Hell yeah. Sick. That's stressful.
That's over.
Oh, thought it would open. Hell yeah. You did it. Thanks, Batch. Here's some ammo now.
I couldn't have done it without you.
I could have. Eventually. All you.
I was hoping for a pony, but I guess this'll do.
You sound familiar. I wonder who your voice actress is. Oh, nice. Actually, doing pretty alright on ammo. Alright, I'm gonna save. I'm gonna go pee and I'll be right back, baby. Bitch, who is he? Hey. That's really sus. Sussy baka. I got my underwear in there. Bitch, I'm about to take your underwear off. I'm gonna open the fucking. Why won't you?
Save my daughter. And tell her I'm sorry I wasn't.
Tell you, bitch. It's supposed to be super scary. Oh wow, dude, she's like farted blood out. She's like, bleh. And there's like a pool.
Self-destruct sequence has been activated.
Oh shit.
Like I did a sculpture of my, not my cat, but a cat. And then somebody said I really captured their pose. And I was like, thank you. Like it can be at the smallest thing. Which is why I encourage all of you, just go out there and compliment somebody, you know? I do it all the time. I like your shirt. Cool hair, dude, you know? Because then hopefully that makes their day a little bit better. You never know. Someone out there remembers you for being nice to them on a bad day.
Am I going the right way? Wait, no, I can't go up. Why can't I look up and go there? I'm trying. Don't you dare fail me, game. Don't you fucking dare fail me. This is on you, not me. Fuck. Fucking bitch. I can't aim up. How am I supposed to go there if I can't look there? I thought I was going the right way. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know where I'm going. Come here. Oh, shit.
Attack on Titan. Yeah, I still gotta get on that. Oh shit, he's eating her butt. He's eating her butt. Don't eat my butt. Oh.
That makes me a little less anxious about signing him up to look after you.
It is Ulysses.
I'm skeptical of anyone that OCP tries
Shit,
to
look, a
push
distraction. Where?
First Becker, then Washington. And let's not forget about Dr. Blanche. Speaking of which, Dr. Blanche, is she being helpful?
I stubbed my toe. In my pants. Chat, look, butthole's out. Where? Bro, I'm FAO. It does create even more backtracking. You can come for the price of $6.99. I mean, why can't I come and then get paid? Grandfather clock appears to be broken and stop ticking altogether. Is this not the one? LMAO. I mean, look at me. I'm already a content creator. You know what I'm saying? Not a good one, but I dip my toe in. And I could dip something else in, if you know what I'm saying. Let's give Tofu a shout out.
What game is that? Black screen simulator. Crying? I guess I shouted out Pokeball. Pokecatch. That's funny. And then I heard that. I was like, oh shit. Like, is my fire alarm going off for a second? I use a voice changer to hide my identity. He's just like Ghostface. What's your favorite position?
Alpha team is flying around the forest, situated.
Did you kill Enrico?
Oh shit.
Yeah, like this. Rebecca!
Rebecca, no!
I'll chill you. Chris, I have something to show you. Now, walk.
There's only 2 days for retirement.
Are we gonna do the anime voice competition thing right now? We're gonna be super French. Oni-chan.
Oni-chan. Chotomate, iku. Uru. Omae wo mo.
Chocolate chip.
Mom!
Oh, nasally and gross like that.
I'm not sure if he does, but I'm trying to get later prints. No, I did not. No, I did not. I'm back. Nobody panic. I've returned. Even though, not gonna lie, I'm a little hungry. It's my own damn fault, okay? But it's okay. Tough it out and try to finish this like a big boy. I'll eat later. What up, Cyber? Oh yeah, that's where I came from. Just trying to be thorough. I don't know what's gonna be open by the time I'm done. MODBAP. All right. Motherfucker. Oh dang, oh no, that's a different room. I was gonna say it closed behind me. I'd be like, that's fucked up, dog. I'd break. Already? Dang. Alright, Boo Boo, I gotta get Amanda. Tell Amanda I said hi and hope you guys both have just like the best night. You guys both better have the fucking best night, okay? If not, we're gonna have a fucking problem. You guys both have good nights, alright? I want to hear any ifs, ands, buts, no excuses. All right. If you don't have the best night, I'm gonna have to go over there and smooch you. Peace out, Cyber. Thanks for hanging out. Butts make the night the best, though. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I meant butts with one T, but you got me. You got me. Is this at boss fights? I don't remember. Oh shit. I don't know why that scared me. Almost time. Alright, later. Bye, batch.
Yeah.
Peace, nigga.
I can finally get rid of these powers. But I have to admit, I've lived with them for so long. It's kind of weird to let them go.
I'm hungry. I want to eat.
I know.
But I gotta wait. I can't eat till I'm done with this. I'm starving. No, I'm not starving, but I am hungry. But I could wait. Like I said, I'm a big boy. I should have saved. Alright, I'm gonna save and then I'm gonna interact with that. Not too late. It's funny, I might have actually saved when I got in here.
Well done, little one. You've more than earned this reward. Almost looks like the real thing, doesn't it?
What?
It's a replica, of course. Nothing that valuable could ever manifest on this stratum. Did you really think I'd give away something so precious? I had to bait the trap with something.
No! No!
Arnar.
Now comes the real fun. The perfect place for your demise. Let the show begin!
What? Oh, fuck. Yeah, this part I remember.
Fuck him.
Wait. Wait. Let me tell you something. Oh shit. I think I wasted that because he was done fucking animating.
Human life is so
Stuffed out.
Oh shit, wait. Don't you fucking touch me. Don't you fucking touch me. Fuck off.
That's entertainment. I thought you'd be more of a fighter. Run, little rabbit. Run.
Shit.
Is he dead?
Probably not.
Did I do it?
Probably not.
Well, look at you. So much feistier than those other little rats. This is becoming tedious. Time to shake things up.
Fuck. Ah, take that scene in the Page Master. Where do I go? You're doing great, making this look easy. Thank you. Appreciate that. Ah! You said that too soon, maybe. All right. Fuck off me! Don't you fucking touch me! Don't you fucking touch me! Oh shit! He's back! Motherfucker! Oh my god! Okay, all right. We're good. We're cool, dude. Chill, dude. Just chill. Why do you take this shit so seriously?
I am no tenacity. Futile.
Oh fucking hell! Fuck out me! Fuck away from me! Okay. Yeah, it's easy. Easy as fucking pie, dude. I keep shooting? I'm trying, bitch!
This is the most insipid fight I've ever seen!
Look at these insipid nuts on your chin, asshole.
Don't let her get away with that! You call this a goal?
No. I should just made a shotgun ammo. Big guy's not here, is he? Okay. That's all that matters. There he is. Take this. Thanks. I don't know what that does. Oh, that's shotgun ammo. Hell yeah. Oh, shit! Fucking bitch. Oh, why are those monsters always sound like they're mocking you when they're trying to attack? Cause they're meanies. I'm back. Welcome back. I hope you didn't hear me scream just now. Fuck you, nigga! Boom! Slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. Okay. Sword of sopa. One is the loneliest number. Alright, shit. Welcome back, little one. My favorite. Don't tell anybody I said that. But you know.
Enough with the dilly-dally. Finish this!
No more dilly-dally. What the fuck you talking about, bruh? Can I even craft any more ammo if I wanted? No. What are you doing, Stream Bean? What are you doing, you fat piece of shit? What are you doing?
Useless creature! Such a disappointment!
I almost died!
No matter.
I was so scared!
Your imminent demise is inevitable.
Where? What? Down there? Where am I now? Stratum.
Need to leave while you can.
I don't want to leave. Not until I find that crystal. I'm tired of being a freak. I want to have friends.
Freak!
I want to live a normal life.
Mind freak!
But this curse. If that purifying crystal can make that happen, make me normal, then I'm not going back until I find it.
Stubborn.
Yeah,
Bitch. Ugly. Flat.
Guess there's no going back now.
All my ammo. It's gone. I don't know. If I had those powers, I don't think I'd want to be purified. Yeah, but she's a monster. She's a freak, you know? I know where the crystal is.
Yes.
Will you be my friend? Sure. Won't you be my neighbor? Let's play. Oh, that's spooky.
I swear I've seen these monkeys before, but
It's the cute little monkeys when you did a little monkey outfit when you were a BB and they had the monkey toy. Shit, warmed my goddamn heart. Why just imagine if some why just imagine if some ammo, since she's able to make a gun pop out of imagination? That's not what's happening. Also, I feel like I'm gonna have a stroke trying to read your shit. But no, that's not what's happening. She's not imagining ammo and it just shows up. She's not materializing it. It's
What's wrong?
It's actually kind of a long story. A character from oh shit, there's more.
Okay.
From the prior game is making a cameo, talking to her through the mold, in her mind, by the way. Which is this, like I said, this isn't happening. I'm not actually here.
Different.
So I think she's helping the construct of whatever's happening here.
Okay.
Fuck! I know this part.
This is weird.
Dude, fucking, I love Doctor Who, but also fuck Doctor Who, because they created these things and they annoy me. This is the Weeping Angels part. I don't wanna. The Weeping Angels suck. January 5th. Today was my first day of school. I've wanted to go. I've always wanted to go. I'm gonna give Chris a big hug next time I see him. Never mind, I'm not gonna say it. There were so many kids my age. It was like walking into a TV show or something. I was so scared when I introduced myself to the class, but I was super duper excited to be there. Just like a woman imagining problems in her head and thinking they're real. That's funny. I'm gonna make so many friends. I'm gonna try to talk to them. Oh, I wasn't ready. January 8th. I tried to be brave and talk to some of the other kids, but no one wants to talk to me. Schoolwork is super easy. It's all the stuff I've learned with mommy, but I guess I shouldn't answer all the teacher's questions. The boy behind me said something really mean. My hands go icky when my hands go icky with white sweat when I panic. Same. And was really bad today. February 10th. Today the teacher yelled at me for always carrying my hanky. She says I'm not a baby anymore. The boys at school keep saying I'm icky, but I take a bath every night. I always wear clean clothes and bring a fresh hanky every day. It's because of the stupid white sweat. Whenever it starts coming out of my hands, I wipe it off right away, but sometimes I won't wipe off, so I just hold my hanky really tight. Chris even told the teachers I can't get anyone sick, but it didn't change anything. Someone finally talked to me, Lucy from my other class. She said she always wanted to be friends. We're going to have lunch together today. I can't believe it. I'm so happy. 11/11. Nice. All right, done. I hope Lucy's friend Catherine will be my friend too. This is the part I like. No, I remember this part. Even in the main campaign, this is the extra scary part. This is the only scary part.
Is there a picture of me?
I don't want to die. Because it's right here. Oh shit.
Playtime. You don't need that junk.
Hey, my stuff.
My germs. His stomach has something stitched up. It looks like there's something inside. Hands go icky with white sweat. Yeah, so I don't know if you know your boy, but Rose is not born through normal means. Basically, Ethan, her dad, the guy I've been playing as in 7 and 8, is a mold monster. Just unbeknownst to everybody. And then Rose is the product of, I guess, that and a human, you know? So I guess when she stresses, she secretes stuff. Sounds like someone going through puberty. I could have expected that. I should have expected that. Well, you're not wrong. I secrete white stuff too. The queef. Spoiler. I've been saying spoiler warning this entire time. Also, wait. Laqueef, have you played this game before? Didn't you? I beat both games. Okay, fuck you. You'd be scared for a second. I hate spoiling shit. Unless somebody just doesn't care, and I'll fucking do it all night. Rude. Man, I love you. Stuff locker, the picture on the bookshelf, the desk covered in stuff. Why don't you just put spoiler warning in the title for stream? I don't wanna. Also, by this point in the game, you would know. I like to assume somebody's watching, they should know up to where I'm at, you know? Y'all see the way he's talking to me? Hey, you're my niece, okay? I can take you for the fuck I want. Like, go to your room! Fuck you. You know what? I gotta take this. I'm gonna call your mom. I'm gonna tell you. I'm tell. Do it. fuck? O2. I'll beat you. You'll beat me up? I'll fuck you up. I'll... Four, 4402. What else we got in here? No. Wait, no. Where you're up to at like J. I don't know what you mean by that. No. Where you're up to at like J. I don't know what you're saying, my guy. Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry. Also, I told Jay not to show up. I was like, fuck off. This is spoiler night. Because like, he does care. He hasn't played 7 or he hasn't played 8. I know. No, you're up to at like, dude, even saying no, I don't know what you're saying. Where the fuck is that last? Is it 0, 0? And one of these? Could be. Oh, wait. Self locker, the picture in the bookshelf, the disc covered in stuff. That's covered in stuff. Picture. That's covered in stuff. I'm gonna find that third one. It's the last thing I do. So locker. Hardly know her. So oh. Stuffed locker. The picture on the bookshelf. The desk covered in stuff. There's this desk covered in stuff. I don't see a number on it, nor can I interact. Oh, 66. Oh, okay. So this was 44 or 02. So 02, 44, 66. 02, 44, 66. 2, 44, 66. It's exactly what you said. Know where I'm up to at for spoiler warning. Know where I'm up to at for spoiler warning. No, I just assume if somebody's gonna watch me play, they're cool with spoilers up to where I would be at in the story. Oh shit. I told Jay beforehand at the end of his stream. I was like, don't come to my stream. I don't want to spoil it for you. Then I dropped an N-bomb and I hit him right in the face. Oh, cool. What is that? Leaf of a child. I'll drop kick you. I'll throw you against the wall.
You won't get the crystal by slicing open your friend.
Fuck. Don't come to my stream if you know what's good for you. Basically. No, I told him like flat out. I was like, hey,
Know how to play with dolls, don't you?
No, I think I said like verbatim, like don't hop into my stream. I'm playing the DLC. It's spoiler heavy. What is all this? Oh. Lucy. I bet you can find all the kinds. Wait. I bet you can find all kinds of places to play with this doll girlfriend. Anything else in here?
So you want me to play with dolls?
Right on, brother. Oh, this fucking. We need to refrain. We need to clean that gross mold off of her. Oh man, this is gonna confuse the shit out of me. I'm done. Oh, I was hoping I'd just be stuck in here.
Someone really went all out.
You don't want any of this, Dewey. Just go on and get out of here. Yeah, basically. Dewey, get out of here. You don't want no part of this, Dewey. Aw. No one wants to be your friend. What a loser. What a dumb bitch. Stop it. I got 2 dolls. Pose 1, pose 2. Is there a little diorama here with just 2 slots? Oh, yeah, this has 3. I think I have to work my way up. I beat it and then I get all the dolls back, I think. What's the fucking door? Rusted shut. God damn it. Alright, well, that didn't work out. Let me go back to the medical room because I think that one had less. Yeah. Clean up the mold or whatever. Oh! Oh, no. Don't start. Don't start with me, game. Scare the shit out of me, too. Oh, it gets worse. It gets worse. I know what those things do. I don't want to deal with it. Lucy, Catherine. Spray that bitch. Right in her fucking face. That's what they're doing. Like a bad cat.
Yeah, I get it.
Your auto mod doesn't want me to tell you how to get rid of the mold. If you take peroxide, it'll kill black mold. I learned that from a person that works for a company that gets rid of mold. Oh, cool. You get that doll? Give me my dollies. Jimmy's room. Damn, Jimmy. That's some serious gourmet shit. It's Jimmy's room. A bad cat. Yeah, you'll see. It gets fucking worse. Stop it, I hear footsteps. Fucking cut it out. Anything in here? Alright, let's go down there, I guess. Oh. 2 minutes. Damn, a 3-minute ad? Hang on. For real?
God, this is so creepy.
Please don't have the Mia doll up there. Dude, they did something with these ads. They totally updated or changed something. Oh, you bitch. There it is. Leave me alone. 1, 2. Okay, the next one is not in here. It's in this over here. Of course, the doll's gone, and there's more scribbles. I want to go home. I hate it here. Wee woo. Wee woo. Okay. I don't know what that says. Okay, no one wants to be your friend. What a loser. Dumb bitch. Alright, let's see. That one doesn't look like Lucy, but I'm gonna put the clown there. He's giving her toy. There we go. And then this one going to be pointing, being a little asshole. And this one, I can get the camera right, is gonna be Lucy. Oh, it's like Carrie. Ah! Burn the bitch. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, don't scare me. I'm not ready for this. I don't like the kind of fear I like in Resident Evil is when it's just literally shooting monsters, you know? The next one I don't like is when it turns into the Weeping Angels bullshit, because I can't fight back. I just get, oh, fucking bitch! Oh shit. Yeah, perfect timing. What up, Lemon? Thank you so much for the raid. What up, Deadwolf? How you doing? How you guys doing? You missed me jump right now. I was so scared. Here, hold on. Lemon wedges. Right when you're raging, you saw that? It actually scared me and I got mad.
He's here.
Wait, what the fuck?
Oh!
Holy shit, dude, your fucking
double kick,
thing
that
just
was
scared
amazing.
me.
I didn't know you could do that.
Well, welcome in, Raiders. My name is Shattered Limit. You can call me Joey. I am a variety streamer, and I was trying to get to all the Resident Evil games before it was cool. All right, Lucy. Welcome in, Lemon. How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you for trusting me with your audience, or at least what people like to say. I don't think this is right. Watch it be right. You holding it? He's holding it. Okay, maybe this is right. I don't think I did it right. First try. What? Lemon! You have to subscribe. Thanks, my guy. Appreciate that. I appreciate you. I don't deserve your money, but I'll take it.
So sad.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Pick up phone. What's your favorite scary movie? That's what he's gonna say.
Jeez, bros, you're still looking for the crystal? Fine, I'll help you out. Just take the elevator to me.
No!
Mommy
This is
might
it.
be upset that I'm helping you, though.
Who are you?
This is the part. No worries, it's free for me. Oh, you're giving me your Prime? Thanks, man. Well, that means a lot. This part actually managed to freak me out first time I played this game. Let's play statues. Is this the Krusty Krab? No, this is Patrick. Nice. Oh god. Oh Jesus. Breaker box key. Well, I appreciate the sub. It means a lot. Oh god. No. No.
Russian or dragon, so you do know the difference. If you deliberately sabotage my band,
I love that movie so much. Shit about to hit the fan. Yeah, it really is. Do you know this part, Angel?
or are you going to be on my fucking time?
Oh shit. No. No, mommy. Mommy, no. Mommy, no! No, I've never seen her play this DLC. It's the fucking Weeping Angels. It's always with the fucking Weeping Angels in this goddamn genre now. No. No. Where do I go? Ah, fuck. I'm scared. I don't know where to go. In here? Probably not. Oh my god. Oh, hell no. Fucking, right? I'm gonna end up backing up into one of these cunts. Fucking hell, dude. That movie is a classic for the J.J. Jameson one-liners alone. Dude, it's just a genuinely good-ass movie, too. I love that movie. I wonder if I face her, if that's enough. Can I look away? No! I just thought my fucking skin when I started coming around the corner. Yeah, it's the fucking Doctor Who Weeping Angels, dude. Speaking of angels. Map. Okay, I'm going this way, I guess. It's backwards. And then they introduced more. I'm pretty sure there's like fucking several of these bitches. Whore!
Jesus Christ!
Okay, I gotta get her close, I think. No. I don't want it. I don't like this. I can go all the way back to... Oh, what did that fucking thing say? Files. Diary. Oh, hold on. Didn't pay attention to that map. You bitch. Fucking bitch. See, I heard other footsteps behind me. Oh.
Jesus Christ!
You know, I gotta get the other one close. Right? Yeah, I gotta go through the kitchen. Or I can go through... I think I gotta go through the kitchen. I just need the fuse, and then I can get the elevator and get the fuck on out of here. Fuck you, bitch! Wait, what the fuck? I was looking right at you! Skip this bullshit. Skip it! She was behind the corner. No, she was. And I see the other one, but I can't get the other one to come at me until like, okay. All right. Because I have to be in line of sight of the one that's in the hallway, and then I can group them both at me. You know what I mean? Oh, for fuck's sake. All right. I fucking hate this part. This is the only part where I have to think, you know? I just like shooting.
Jesus
Joey.
Christ.
Fuck you. All right, hold on. All right. And this one's in the hall. Okay, hold on. Jesus Christ. That's Jason Bourne. I think more show up too, so I might actually end up having to do this again. Ah! Be alone. Be alone. Oh, you just like shooting? Crazy. Ah! I gotta take this shit from you, Lemon. I know the kind of man you are. Cause I'm happy. Clap along if you know. Wait! Fucking! Ah! Bullshit. I'm sweating, Joey. Come on now. No, I'll get it. It is a little bit of trial and error. It is a little bit of trial and error. I didn't know that bitch was over there. I heard her and I was like, what do I do? Where do I look? Where do I go? That's all right. I'll figure this shit out. It might take a few tries, but I'll get it. I've done it before. I see you, you bitch. Is this game being unfair and not letting you kill enemies? Well, these enemies are unkillable. It's not the same. I know the point you're trying to make, but it is false. It's not even a false equivalency. It ain't equivalent at all. Dick. I see you. Remember yesterday when you were making fun of Lemon? Oh, fuck Lemon, first of all. Taking 10 shots to kill a zombie in Resident Evil. The tables have turned. Oh, they're unkillable? Crazy. No, they are killable in Resident Evil 2. You're just bad. These are unkillable. This is just a puzzle. Fuck you, bitch. I'm going the right way? I don't think I'm going the right way. Fuck. What's in the messing room? Do I have to go to the messing room? No. Okay. Do I have to go to the messing room? I don't think so. I have to go through the study and back to the elevator. But then once I went, skill issue? It's a skill issue. But also, like I said, dick. It's trial and error. Leave me alone. I'm trying my best. I'm doing my best.
Shut up, bitch!
Nigga, fuck you. I guess you're just bad. No, I'm figuring it out. Why are you guys being so mean to me? Oh, you bitch! God damn it! I didn't turn around fast enough.
You sure about that? That's why? You sure it wasn't because after the thing that happened to me, no one could look at me
I'm gonna
without
fucking crash out on each and every one of you.
You sure about that?
Chat redeems are a privilege, and I can take that away. Fuck. Alright, I got it this time. This is the one. I'm locking in, okay? Nice. That's actually a good
This
one.
is now gonna be in my head for the rest of the
Don't break chat. God damn it, you guys. Fucking bastards. Hold on, I'll fix it. Mix it up. Properties. Refresh. I don't know why it does that. It didn't always do that. And you're a quitter, Lemon. The difference is, I'm gonna finish this. And you, Lemon, you're just a butt fucking quitter. Ah, fuck. I'll watch Team America now. And you, Gary. No, Gary is sorry. He proved it last night when he sucked my cock. Oh, God. I hate this. Quit sucking. I will. You guys are being mean to me. Also, buy that merch, yo. Okay. Alright, there's a motherfucker in the room. What's gonna happen is I'm gonna book it in there, okay? And I'm gonna go to that corner. I'm gonna look around. Don't you... Ah! No! I saw you, you bitch! I saw you, you bitch! I didn't quit. I'm postponing a playthrough of a bad game. No, you quit. Postponing implies you'll get back to it, which you won't. Alright, I got it. This is the one. I lied. This is the one.
Jesus Christ!
Alright, I just had to get by here. Jesus. Do it. Do it. Get him. Oh, God. And then, is it just... okay. Don't touch me! Who'd you fucking touch me? You can't use my tactics against me. I'm fucking scared, Joe. How do you think I feel? This is stressing the fuck out of me right now. It's okay. Like I say, it's just a puzzle. I'll get through it. I just have to figure out like the, you know, like the path. Well, what's happening right here is I'm gonna run in. No! 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 I know what to do this time. Don't go left, go right, and then lure her in my vision. Oh, god damn it. You picked like the longest redeem I have.
I just wanna know what to do, cause I need your love a lot. Come on now, you love me. Are you playing your love games with me? I just wanna know what to do, cause I need your love a lot. Come on now. Moving too fast, this isn't a race. Baby, back off and lower the pace now. Slow it down and give me some space. Moving too fast, this isn't a race.
Jesus Christ!
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great.
That's great. That's actually a really good video. Hey, look at that. Fucking... I'm gonna speed run this shit now. Look at that. Look at that. You've never seen such skill. I love the love game song makes the game not so scary. Doesn't hurt. Ah!
No, 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 no. Wait.
Okay, going the right way. Okay, now I think I know what to do. See, this is the part where I get a little mixed up. You know what I'm saying? I had to go through here, and there's a motherfucker blocking the goddamn door. Oh my god, let me in! Let me in! Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Not now, Shuri. I see you, bitch. I see you, you bitch. I still see you, you bitches. Okay. Fucking shit, dude. It's not good. I'm trying, bitch. Where's the door? Fuck, where's the fucking door? Still? Okay. Oh, okay. Fucking suck it! Good job. Thank you.
Why are you doing this?
Fuck, man, I need like a cigarette now or something. Yeah.
You know where it is.
I'm proud of you, you know that. I hope you do.
Woosah. Woosah. About time. First of all, that was challenging, okay?
What's going on here?
You have to find the pattern. Hey, it's like Alice in Wonderland, but terrifying. Slow as fuck. Says the guy who didn't even beat this shit. Let's play hide and seek. Can you make it all the way here without getting caught? Not the first try. Oh, jeez.
Oh, jeez. They're moving.
Yeah, they are. Wait. Okay. So I'm locking in my Metal Gear knowledge now. Wait.
Let them see me.
Are you gonna just keep going in circles? Or gonna... Okay. Alright. Alright, we good, we good. He's just gonna move under your chin. Nice.
I guess I
Got him.
keep heading this way.
You can't see me! Oh god, there's more of them. Oh god. Wait, where do I go? Oh shit. Are you in there? God damn it, Jay.
Nigga, 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 nigga.
Thank you. I'm gonna spoil everything for you right now. Just wait for it. Dumbledore dies. Hold on, I gotta get in there. That's Jay's signature move. That's his Kaioken. That's his Destructo Disc. Can I see behind this motherfucker? Hold on, let me go over here. Can I? Nope, I don't think I can. Oh shit! No, she's to kill me. Leave me alone. Wait, is that it? Can I run past her now? We good? Is that the strat? Oh shit. So bad. Thank you. It's okay, I'm still here, I'm still standing! I'm still strong! Oh. Do I have any healing items? I don't. I'm just gonna be limping the entire time. Can I like catch my breath or something? Also, what's this motherfucker up here doing? I gotta get over there. Am I too far? I think so. I'm setting up for VR chat. Oh hell yeah, nice. I hope you have fun. Yeah, I'm too far. You gotta sneak past this bitch. Okay, alright, I can do this. I can do this. Gotti. Can I just hop down? Yay! Record it and put it on Pornhub. You'll make bank. Speaking from experience.
Well, there's still plenty of friends.
I wish.
Did you hear that? Theater.
This reminds me a lot of Guilt, if you guys have played that game. Alright, you guys stay distracted. I think I'd be working a day job if I could profit off porn. Oh, I think I'd be working a... Oh no, I implied you're the guy that's paying. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Run, bitch, run!
Lemon Party, why aren't you in Portland beating up those fucking hippies?
You see me up here? Oh, this one can. Jeez. Ah, jeez, Rick. Oh, look at me. Oh, fucking look at me.
We just have to get past them.
Too far.
No spoilers. PLS. Play something else.
No, dude, you got... I told you. I said don't fucking come to my chat because there's probably gonna be spoilers. I'm trying my best here. Best I can say is fuck off, Jay. You are here at your own risk. You made your choice. But honestly, I'm almost done after this. And then you said you might watch the Resident Evil 4 playthroughs? Because that's next. Okay, I do have to keep going. God damn it. It's different unit, fam. Wish I was. Good money and active duty pay. Oh, that counts as active duty? Jesus Christ. Oh, what are you doing?
Had enough?
No. Yeah. What I meant to say? No, you didn't. No, you didn't. I just ran for it. I got scared. Bleh. I think this is the only part that's like this. After this is just combat. Anyways, I can't drop that because I have to go around and get closer. Nothing but a flesh wound. What up, Slowpoke? How's your night going? It's a flesh wound. Wait, did you see me? I saw red eyes for a second. Thought I did. Howdy, new friendo. Hey, what's good? What's good in the hood? I'm panicking internally.
To get past them.
I need to see these bastards' patterns so I can know how to get past it. No? Okay. So I think I'm safe behind this one. Are you a big Resident Evil fan as well, Slowpoke? Not too shabby. Somebody say hello since you popped into my recommended page. Oh shit, I did? Well, that's nice to hear. That's the first time I heard that one. I was recommended. What do you tend to play? Yes, sir. Don't expect much. This guy sucks. Thank you, Lemon. I love you. I just need to figure out this path. It's like Metal Gear, but it's more stressful. Lemon's just talking high shit because he doesn't play these. He doesn't know. I played Biohazard Wild Game 7. Yeah. This is the direct sequel to that. Oh, I gotta go in the middle, maybe? Yeah, this one takes place like 2 years after 7. And now I'm playing the DLC, so this is way different. You're probably seeing some crazy shit right now without any context. You're like, what the fuck is going on in Resident Evil now? I don't play bad ones. No, you're just bad at them, so you don't play them. How much? I know Lemon IRL. He's gonna talk mad shit. I think I'm gonna get caught right now. No, I'm good. Ah! Ah! Where am I going? I'm so scared. I haven't gotten this far yet. I think I can hide in there, but I'm really scared by the next doll. You digging the game? Always cool to have chill homies outside of streaming. Oh, yeah, I mean, chill. Died so many times. Hey, it's Resident Evil, you're supposed to. But also, oh! I thought that was just the one. Oh, that was my freebie, I guess. See? Hey, I'm not dead. Bastard. I'm liking it a lot. I played this when it came out. I haven't played it like much since. Oh, I have to crouch. Not dead, but doing the stanky leg? Yeah, I'm doing the stanky leg. I'll heal in a minute. Where do I go now? Okay. Actually, where do I go now? Hopefully they stay over there attacking that thing and I'm free to... Because I gotta get to that one. There we go. No, hit it. Do it. Cool. Take that, Lemon. Yeah, I'm liking it so far. This isn't my first playthrough. This is my second time playing this and like my third time playing the main campaign. And after this, I'm gonna play the remake of 4. Did I go that way? Everything's telling me no. I'll go there. I'll fucking do it. I'm probably gonna. Yep. I don't. What happens? Tell me.
No way.
Wait, what? No, you're looking the other way, you whore. That's scary. Yeah, I don't like that one. I don't own that ball, but I'm broke. Ha. Like you're actively rooting against me. Whoa, yeah. It's okay. I'll win this time. That was wild. Yeah, this is a pretty trippy one. I think I'm almost done. I want to say I'm like in the last third of this game. Of this DLC. Because this is just a DLC. But Slowpoke, which Final Fantasies, which Resident Evils have you played? Oh shit, nice. RE4 remake and remake of 2, and then Biohazard is what you said, right? So 4? I mean 7.
How does it feel to have lived long enough to see all of your favorite franchises go down in flames?
Feels great. My favorite is the 4th one. 4 is good. 4 is damn good. Yeah, I'm gonna try and beat this tonight. I actually have to. Let me make sure this motherfucker's path. Okay. I recommend you play all of them.
Wearing another man's skin. Feeling his innermost wants and desires. And being in control of his every single move. That's how you get off. Don't you guys want to get off with me? I don't know. What? I want you to get off with me. Okay. Just follow my lead, guys. We're gonna get off together.
I'm gonna show you how to get off. I don't know where to go. Can I? Oh, nice. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me! Where's this big bitch at? She coming? She coming? Oh, lot she coming. Oh, lot she coming. Turn around. Oh, she did. Okay, cool. No! Is this where I go? Is this where I came from? Con Joe? Fuck, I don't know. I'm gonna come. Do not come.
No one likes Rose.
Do not come.
She's a freak. Hey! She has those crazy powers. Just like her dad. That's why she doesn't have any friends. Shut up! You know it's true. What is wrong with her? She's afraid. Look at her. Oh. Afraid of what she might turn into.
That's a good one. This new season of Squid Games is wild. Dude, I haven't seen anything past the first season. I gotta get back into that. I liked what I saw. Am I done with the dolls? No more dolls, please. Fuck.
I gotta get out of here.
Oh. Robotic doll type shit. Oh, right. I see what you're saying. The red light, green light. Yeah, I don't want to play. I don't want to play. Play with these nuts. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I gotta actually go back. I can't go through there. Hold on, let me I'm gonna get caught right now. 1 second. Yee. I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, they saw me. So I have to go right and then left. Because I have to... The flower. Wait, there's a flower right there. I didn't see that flower right there. Have you watched Alice in Borderlands? I did see a little bit of that, actually. I saw, like, half the first season. What's poppin' home plans? Not much. Just trying to get through this DLC and not have a heart attack on the way. Let's go with you, Ninja Dog. The show's great. Yeah, I liked what I saw of it. I saw it with Lil Queef over there. See, I thought it was out of the room. It's right there. I see it right now. My bad.
Leave me alone!
See, I thought I saw this the other way. I'm still. Oh, Angel, happy birthday! Everybody, wish Angel a happy birthday. It's her birthday right now. Do it. 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 In fact, hold on. You get a birthday shout out. Ooh! Happy birthday! Happy birthday, Angel! Happy birthday, fist bump. How many times I had to hit you? Like 50 now? 54? How old are you? Yeah.
Just don't.
999. Damn, you're that old. The shit out of this. Hey, everybody! Happy birthday, Angel!
Shut up! Michael!
Thank you. No problem. Congrats on making it to 58. It's RPG, massive. Yeah, dude, that was like one of my favorite playthroughs of that fucking game. That was a good one.
I can't take much
Okay, happy
more
fucking birthday.
Why are you talking about my dad? I never even met him. No, I don't know. I don't know the first thing about him.
Happy birthday.
I wish I did.
To you.
All I know is protecting me.
It's like an R&B version of it.
Sometimes I try to imagine.
There's a fan that hits and like my shirt, my open shirt just flails in the wind.
But you've taught me to ride a bike. Helps me with my homework.
Thank you, everyone.
Story every night. He's been there for me.
I'm gonna change it to a your birthday stream.
Sometimes when I feel lost or afraid, I try to imagine what he might have said to me.
I'm gonna come. I might need to go hang out with my little VR friends. All right, have fun. You have fun with your VR friends. Never met my dad. He went for milk and never came back. Happens. I'll leave your stream up though. Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Thank you for the lurk. And happy fucking birthday. I don't like keep pointing at you aggressively, but fucking yeah. That.
It feels familiar. Like I've been here before. Look at all the decorations.
Let me check something real quick. I was replying to something real quick.
Some kind of party?
He would have said to clap those wait. He would have said to clap those vampire cheeks. Yeah, I was even saying today, because Jay was streaming Resident Evil 1, and Jay's waifu is Jill. I think Paul said his was Rebecca. I said mine was Sheva. And at some point, you came up and they're like, "What? Who's Lemons is?" I was like, "Dude, Lemons is Lady D." Like 100%. I bet my life on that. Mine went for cocaine. Mine went for cocaine. Really? Is that what it was? Mine was on cocaine too, among other things. Decorate living room, done. Get wine, living room, done. Roses, other present and study, hidden.
Upstairs? I'll take a look.
Nice house.
This tune has always been special for our family.
What's that voice? Is that... Dad? This must be my parents' house from when I was a baby. Is it? I bet other things also have my dad's memories.
She's growing so fast. Getting bigger every day.
This crib is so little.
Sorry, I like a weird like hangnail thing. I was saying it as the lady. Wait, hold on. I was saying it as the lady that said I never met my dad. I don't think we know who that lady is.
She's already growing out of these onesies?
I can't believe I was ever this tiny.
February 2nd is Rose's half birthday, half a year in the blink of an eye. I wanted to capture this moment, these feelings, so I wrote something special. I may have gotten a bit sappy though. I feel embarrassed if anyone stumbles across it, so it's safe in the sideboard for now. The key is behind my favorite photo. Photo of Trump and Epstein. Hey!
She'll look like me when she grows up.
Oh, I looked so happy.
Nice little player. Record player. Ooh, that's a nice one too. That's a like, whole thing. You hear the same names though, right? Hey, what up, Assad? I don't know what you mean. Did I hear the names, the right names? Alright, gotta sleep. Finally got work in the morning again. Night bish. Alright, peace out, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you for the sub. Appreciate you.
Happy half birthday, Rose.
Let's watch
Is a promise.
What's it called?
I'll always be there for you.
Pat Labor next time we hang out.
I'll be there every birthday to watch you blow out the candles on your cake. I'll be there to make
Good night, Lemon. You know what? You got a good night. Shout out.
I'll be there when you have a bad dream.
There you go, buddy.
I'll sing to you until you fall back asleep.
Everybody, give this motherfucker a follow too. He's funny.
Or worried, and tell you that everything.
He's not being a bitch.
What was that?
Oh my precious Rose.
What clip is that?
Oh my god, it scared the fuck out of me. Shout out, dude.
Oh.
No one.
Yeah, I gotta come on.
Just heard gunfire pop off.
Oh, it's actually a twist too. That's funny. That's terrible timing. The show. Looking forward to watching it. 5 years later. Peace out, dude. What? Evelyn? At this point, Evelyn's like Rose's evil twin.
Guess what? That thing you're looking for
She looks like the girl that played X-23.
isn't here.
So, you don't have the purifying crystal?
Of course not.
Evelyn, more like Evelyn. What's up, Assad? How you doing? How's your morning going? Good morning.
Much.
Morning, Pooh Bear.
Poor Rose. She can't trust anyone.
Why are you doing this?
No one
loves you.
She looks like a Muppet. She kind of does.
No one will care.
It's good. Hell yeah, dude. She looks like Chucky. She looks like Chucky in Child's Play 2. Oh shit.
King first.
Wait. What?
First.
Bitch.
What? Does she only want
Fuck off.
you? What are you talking about?
Damn, I was about to say that.
Look at you.
Don't you touch me! Don't you fucking unhand me!
Seriously, what is your problem?
Oh wait, I got the wrong way. Yeah. No! Fuck. Just end it. Stop making me suffer. That's what she sounds like. Fuck. It's okay, I got it this time. I made a wrong turn. I'm not even sure if I have to turn around to run from her, but...
First. What? Does she only want you? What are you talking about?
Joey, not even an enemy to shoot. Fuck off. You see what I have to deal with?
Look at you! You are the
You're supposed to be gone, Lemon. Go to bed.
Seriously, what is your problem?
See, it was this. I had to go this way.
Just so.
Oh shit! The fuck? Bitch!
So many threads that it's
No, stop it with the dolls! Wait, what the fuck? What the fuck? No, not in front of Lemon! Not in front of Lemon! Do I have a healing herb? Son, you suck and put me to sleep. Fuck you. Very nice.
Oh, look! Your family! Enough of this shit!
That's pretty good. How much more house is there? God damn. Oh, nice. No shit, they're right here. No, I was looking at you technically. I hate these bitches. Fucking dickheads. Go to bed, Lemon.
Enough games. Now.
That's the whole thing all over again? Yeah.
I came first. First?
Do not come. Do not come.
What? Does she only want you? What
I don't even know if I have to turn around.
about?
If I die again, I'm gonna test that.
I'm upset.
I'm upset.
I'm upset. I'm upset.
Fucking love that movie.
Seriously, what is your problem?
That is like a perfect movie. That movie's amazing to me. That was you while Jay was yelling at you about the fucking RGB bullshit. Do I just wait for them? Use it. No, don't. Oh, I can't because I'm getting an attack. That's why. Come on, fuckers.
So many threads.
No, I hate this game right now. It's being mean to me. Unless I'm supposed to be hurt right now. All right, I gotta be quick. I gotta be quick with this shit. Fuck you. Every second counts. No.
Enough of this shit!
Oh. Oh, they're coming. Fucking shit. Oh, you whores. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Oh, the game is being unfair right now? It's not being unfair. Like I said, it's a puzzle. And it's beatable. The difference is I'm not quitting. Like you. Beat the game, then you can talk. Go to bed. I'm gonna ban you. I'll unban you in the morning.
First.
Calling this in.
First.
Put your hand.
God damn it, Castle. That's the best one. Also, I'm not gonna ban you. Oh, fuck you. Thought you had work in the morning. What happened?
Look at you! You are beyond worthless!
Oh, I thought she hit her too. Like,
Seriously, what is your
I'm gonna do the lemon.
This is now going to be in my head for the rest.
You like that one, huh?
The rest of the day. Okay, that's enough of that.
I wonder if I can freeze these bitches. No, god damn it.
So many friends that it's never enough!
Oh, I can. Better.
Where do you think you are?
Oh shit. Don't turn me around, game.
Die! Die!
I can hear them, they're so close. Are they gonna keep coming? Do they just even never look at them? Oh, alright, that's on me. I actually thought like if I look at them, they would stop. That one's, I'll give it, that's 100% me this time. But it's okay. This is the one. I feel it in my bones, everybody. Goofy ass. Yeah, this is the one, Lemon. This is for you, okay? I just uninstall it.
I came first.
Oh, nice. That one's quiet. Your boy's just going through the catalog. Nice.
Why does she only want you? What are you talking about?
Look at you! You are beyond worthless!
This is the one. Then I'll beat this, and then I can go eat.
What is your problem?
Just so repeating.
So many friends that it's never enough!
That actually doesn't seem right. I have to take damage from these guys because I need two. Yeah, I'll take the damage. That's fine. You keep telling me they're out of stock because I used them all. I think I have a cooldown. They're not out of stock. There should be a cooldown. I did it because Jay was abusing it hard, dude. He was like straight up like freezing my stream. He knows it. I refresh, he would stream it. I refresh, he would stream it. So I had to add some sort of cooldown. Fucking bastard. Alright, let me the fuck out! Let me the fuck out! Oh, thank God.
Should chance. They were supposed to die and join me here. Let's go.
You stay? What do you want?
Stop it! How are you even here?
I know who that is.
Michael! Good, you made it out.
Right, I didn't read that, Michael. Be careful. Alright, we'll do. We're not safe yet. Evelyn's causing this.
Little girl?
We still can't get out. God damn it. Let me the fuck out! Use your powers on her. Alright. I can help when she's weak. Alright, good to know. These should help. Yeah, they will. Ooh. Powers are growing. Don't panic. You got this. Thanks, Michael. Save. Is there more in here? Hold on. Nope. Get out of here. Get out of here. Okay, it is. Let's go that way.
Never! Never!
Oh shit. Damn, girl. Already? Oh. Wait for an opening.
Such a good girl!
Oh, I thought that was the opening.
Die! We were supposed to be a family!
Oh shit, she got fucking. Oh shit, Q. Take that, you bitch. She's not done, be careful. Yeah, I figured.
Completely obsessed with stupid old Rose! If you'd never been born, it would have been perfect!
Fight back, bitch!
Die here!
Arnar. Is it safe? Ready yet? Go. Michael, I can't read if she's behind me. What does that say? Watch your step. Oh.
Go away!
Okay, where is she? She's up there. Hold on, dude. Bitch.
You're worthless!
No, you. Where's the other one at? Is that it? Oh, it is.
No escape!
Don't touch me.
You're worthless!
Oh, shit.
Nothing! A freak! No friends!
What a nigga gotta do to get gaped and have their prostate licked.
50 subs. What up, Dry? How you doing, man? Over here.
Nothing!
Keep focusing. I'll help. Alright, man. Only 50? Yeah, 50 will probably do it. Been lurking since like 11. Oh, thanks, man. Well, appreciate you even being here at all. Lurks are always appreciated. Of course, I love talking to you. You playing anything tonight, or are you just kicking it?
I can't believe how useless I am. No wonder no one loves me.
I was playing
What now?
Borderlands 4. Nice, nice. Hell yeah, dude. Letting it take over my tism. You play that with Lemon some more? Because you two are playing with that, yeah. It does look cool.
And I will never let you have what you want!
Look out!
Nice. I wonder who that is. Papa, no!
Find that crystal.
His words, not mine. Lemon don't like playing with me. He says I'm too good to make him look bad. Oh, I believe it. I believe it. Makes him look ugly. It makes him look stupid. It's more like a bitch. Dude, you see that trailer for that movie Good Boy? I want to see that.
Michael? Are you there?
Ghastly. Oh, Ghastly, no.
Rose, look out!
Haven't seen it. It's cool. It's a horror movie from the perspective of a dog. It looks like Courage the Cowardly Dog, but not a cartoon. Actually, I saw the new Avatar trailer. I saw that Avatar trailer like months ago. There's a new one. I'll check it out. I like Avatar. I like both. Oh, I'm down for that.
Is Michael my dad?
Don't give up, Rose.
I fucks with Avatar. In fact, I low-key wanted to stream that Avatar Frontiers game. I gotta get it. I like Avatar 2. Because you're cool. You have good taste. Fuck Jay. He'll be like,
I have to find that
Sam Worthington's mid or something. I don't know. Guy's always all Dana. It's woke.
I'm on my own, but I have.
Did you see the trailer for the movie Good Fortune? Yeah, with Angel Keanu. That does look pretty good. If you like Far Cry and Avatar, you love Frontiers of Pandora. Yeah, that one. Yeah, that's basically what it looked like too. I'm totally down for that.
What's all this doing out here?
I do like Far Cry. I played them all except like the new one, and the first one, and the second one. The only thing I didn't like about it was the scale of everything. What do you mean? Like, are you too big? Everything looks too small, or they got that scale feeling off? Everything too small? Now, is it actually too small, or is it just because you're a big Na'vi? You know what I mean? Or they actually did fuck up the scale, like that's a thing? Which, shame on Ubisoft if they did.
What?
Who are you? Who sent you? The Hallelujah Mountains didn't give me that wow factor. Oh, that's a bummer. It was still cool flying through them. Yeah, I definitely want to play that at some point. I think I've seen it on... I think I've seen it on sale, but I want to play it. It looks cool. Actually, I low-key wanted to play that because I have it now. And I played a little bit, but I wanted to like play, potentially stream the PS3 Avatar game. That's like a prequel to that first movie. Or it happens concurrently. I forget. Yeah, there was an update on it to like third person now. Oh, how is the third person? Because I like the idea of it being first person, but if third person plays and it runs well, hell yeah. Oh shit. There's a lot of them.
I'm even stronger than before.
And I've played in a while. When I played, it was only first person. Yeah, I had no idea about the third person update. I'll have to check to see if people like it, because this game actually got patched with third person, but I didn't like it as much. Fucking move, you bastards. The campaign did. I think I prefer this game in first person. Do I have to fight these guys? Have you played of Model Simulator 2025? No. I don't know what that is. I don't. You fuckers. Fuck off. Come on. All right. Leave me alone. Don't touch me. Ah, shit. All right. For real. Fuck off.
I need to find that crystal.
OF, like OnlyFans? Oh, you should just say OnlyFans. Sorry. If you're using speech to text. But, is that a real game or are you making this up?
Is this where those copies of me came?
That's spooky. Is that a real game? I'm hungry.
Someone's been here.
The Megamycete absorbs the memories of all life within its reach, but there are laws which govern this world within it. It seems worthwhile to catalog them as they become apparent. 1. The memories that comprise of this realm do not strictly reflect reality. 2. Only those who are attuned to the Megamycete in life retain control of their faculties here in this realm. This aligns with my understanding of the Megamycete as revealed to me in its visions before my death. Yes, my death. My physical body is gone, absorbed into the Megamycete. Yet I do not despair, for this fate has granted me fascinating insights. All those years I strived, I have continued to strive. And they are not for nothing. The memories, the consciousness, the understanding, the knowledge I have accumulated in life have transferred here to the Megamycete, where it serves as a source of power within this realm. If I can harness this power, I believe I can use it to affect the thoughts and memories of others. Of course, it's hardly a perfect arrangement. With so many minds and memories gathered here, finding and retrieving a single person from amidst the rabble has proven it's an immense challenge. Her memories are here, yes, but dissolute. Perhaps what is needed is the right vessel into which to hold her. And of course, I know the perfect vessel, the only real candidate in all my years of researching, Rosemary Winters. Damn, I played Frontiers on Xbox Pass and it's on sale on Steam now. Ooh, how much is it on sale for? The game is called OF Model Simulator 2025. Can you explain more about the game? I've never heard of this. Is it licensed by OnlyFans? That's pretty funny. 18 for standard? Oh, not bad. Not bad at all. I think it's a good price. I'd pay that. I'd intended to duplicate Rosemary Winters with the hope that a perfect replica might serve as a suitable vessel. However, the results were less than ideal. It would seem that some sort of interference is preventing me from creating a suitable replica. Instead, I have succeeded in making what is essentially a living doll. It resembles the real thing, yes, but has no power. Such a pathetic husk could never prove suitable as a vessel. I will continue my efforts in hopes of discerning the source of this interference. Several hypotheses have come to mind thus far. 20 for deluxe, 28 for gold, and 33 for ultimate. I hate that. I have no idea what each of those come with, but this is a game I do want to play. I'll definitely look into that after a stream. It's one of those games where you dress up your model and take pictures and sell them to upgrade your stuff. Nice. Is this like a Gooner game, or is it like it's trying to be a game, like game developer tycoon, you know? Or is it just like, you can play with one hand, just take pictures with the mouse and go at it? The fact that Rose herself is still alive. 2. Some other actor within this realm. 3. A flaw in my methods of production. None of these seem especially likely to be the sole reason, nor any of them seem easy problems to solve. Perhaps my best hope is to somehow bring Rosemary into this realm where to offer herself as a vessel would be so simple. Additional observations. Further experiments with these Rose copies. As I've taken to calling these husks. As I've taken to calling these husks. Probably a Gooner game. I think you take pictures with your feet. Nice. I'm free. Another interesting wrinkle to pursue. When subjected to situations evoking extreme terror, they actually begin to express some resemblance of Rose's abilities. These warrant more research, and I think that my first creation, the Masked Duke, is just one of these. Is just one to perform the stress test.
They couldn't have been.
It would seem that at some point during my experiments with consciousness, an intruder made herself at home in my realm. The intruder was none other than the failure Evelyn, who has been running around enacting her own pitiful agenda, which has led to a slight disruption in my own plans. Had Evelyn not interfered, Rosemary Winters would have been on the verge of despair, dispossessed of her will to live and her Megamycete powers. Instead, a new passion burns within her. I shall have to extinguish it. Let me save again. I just don't want to have to die and pick all that shit up again, even though I imagine it'll save. Your boy, I forgot. What's your favorite game of all time? If you had to pick one. Mine is the first Metal Gear Solid. Yes, Resident Evil is my favorite franchise, but my favorite game of all time. Metal Gear Solid 1. It's a good game. Also, I have a lot of ammo. Nice. Oh.
There's that feeling again. It's so strong. It must be the crystal.
Must be. That pull I've been feeling is close, but I just can't go any further. I thought I had made it when I saw that blue light, but no. Not quite. If only I'd been braver, faster, stronger. Work it better, do it faster. So close, so close. Here, let me reply to this real quick. Sorry, guys. Probably Bully. Oh, you know what? You did say that.
I'm almost there.
I like how much you like Bully. Is that, like, that's your favorite Rockstar game? You like that more than any GTA or Red Dead? My favorite Rockstar game might be either Red Dead Redemption 1 or... Actually...
It's through here.
And they're all published by Rockstar. Probably Max Payne, to be honest. When I think about it. Black God. Halo for me. Nice. Yeah, I knew that, actually. Yeah, you're a big Halo guy. Solid choice. What were your thoughts on the show? Have you crashed out on that one yet? Or did you actually like it? Black God, which lives in us and in which we live. Create for us a new world as benefits your will. Your dark consciousness holds us for a second chance, graciously offered and joyously accepted. You drink the blood of the lost lamb as it falls upon your darkened desk. I almost said desk. Upon your darkened earth, not to destroy, but to preserve, and once again deliver unto life. I didn't watch the show. They ruined Master Chief. Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. Even as somebody who's like, oh, if it's good, I can deal with people deviating from lore. But they fucking, that's what they did to the lore.
This one's the real deal.
They took that lore and wiped their ass with it.
I can feel it.
As soon as I found out he had sex, I was like, look what they did to my boy! Look how they massacred my boy! Oh, fuck, I don't have a Master Chief. I totally would have held it and done that. Here, Donatello, you'll do. Look how they massacred my boy.
It's working.
When I saw the Halo show, I was so disappointed that within the first episode, Master Chief took his helmet off. That was the whole thing about the game. Nobody knows what he looked like. I mean, that's not the whole thing about the game, but that is a thing. I'm not even against the idea of them taking the helmet off, you know? It's everything else. Yeah, exactly, Dry. I don't mind them taking the helmet off. It's literally everything else. It's just disregarding the lore, giving them emotions. What they did to Cortana should be illegal.
I've waited so long for you.
It gets boring too. Like,
Who are you?
honestly, I'm not even gonna lie.
My
The first
name is-
half of the first episode was pretty sick, but that's it. As far as his uniform he takes off when doing ceremony shit. Yeah, he's taking his helmet off canonically. We just never saw it. What about the chips in the head that controls their emotions like sex and everything? Exactly. That's part of it too. Is that even in the lore? Is that for the game, or is that from just the show, or is that actually in the game?
No.
Chips? Yeah, in the show they give them like emotion suppressant chips in their brain or whatever. That's not even in. That's not even in the games, right? Or the books?
Was an illusion. Very convincing.
No. Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
No, it's just what they do with the story. They try to hype shit up, like, oh, it's from the games, and then like nothing's from the games, you know? It's like, I don't know. And it's the fact that they were even told. It's the fact they were even told, the writers, they're like, don't play the games. Like, what are you doing? In the books, they pretty much mentally castrate them. Yeah, they're basically witchers, aren't they? Aren't Spartans witchers?
Ethan, you must go!
With dope armor?
He can manifest. He can save you, Rose!
It's just getting hyped. I fight or run? Is this oh, okay, I'm just running again. Ethan! It's me, Papa!
You can't escape! Not from me!
Dad, wait, hold up. Is it really you?
Yes, but right now you need to run. Run!
But yeah, I gave the show a chance and I fell off just because, like,
Thanks.
the whole point of adapting a fucking property is so we can relive it, you know?
Who you really were.
At least retain the things that attracted us to that property. If you're just gonna go ahead and just fucking skin Master Chief's face and just wear it and do your own thing, like, why are you even adapting the show? The Battle 1 Master Chief used rocket launcher to fly up in the air. That part was sick. If only they made the whole show like that one scene. Actually, he rocket jumps in the show? I actually don't remember that. How far into the show is that? Because like I said, what I saw of episode 1 was, well, I saw the whole episode. I saw like the first half of the first season. First episode, basically everything up until the end of that battle was amazing.
From my family! Rose, come on.
Do I even have a last boss fight? Or am I just running away?
You can't escape Rose. Ethan, persistent as always.
Rose, now's your chance. Go live a normal life.
It was like the first,
make friends.
second or third episode. Yeah, I don't remember a rocket jump. But that's cool.
Rose, just go!
I don't want to leave you!
I know. I love you, but I need to know that you're safe. So please, just.
There's definitely an episode within the series. I could be wrong though. Yeah, it was definitely in the show. Ethan, no, not again. She said, "Fuck yo, Crystal, bitch." No. Arnar. And I am a Super Saiyan. They did a movie called Forward Unto Dawn. That shit was good. I've seen it. I've seen that, and then I saw Legends was okay. Legends got weird, but I like Legends. The show did not hold my interest, so I don't really remember much about it. Only certain parts. That's fair. Oh, I can dodge. Wait. And E?
There will be way.
Dude, that's a terrible fucking button for dodging. I'm about to switch controller. Hold on, can I change that? E should be my power, and then space should be dodge, if anything. Who the fuck mapped this? Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on. That was terrible. Where's dodge? I'm not dealing with that. I will use powers. Dodge. Okay. You are going to be space. And then powers. E. Dodge? Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, I don't care. Delete to remove that. I don't care. That's fine. Another dodge. Here, 0. Sure. I'm not. That's terrible. Some cool episodes. Others were meh. Legends was mid as fuck. Yeah, I liked the precursors part, like the origin stuff. That's about it. I remember, like, I thought that was pretty hype. I didn't like the samurai brutes. No, not brutes. What are they called? Elites. I didn't like fucking Master Chief being a cartoon. I mean, you know what I mean. Not like the whole thing's a cartoon. You mean the Forerunner shit? I thought that was cool. You didn't like that? But yeah, that's what I meant. Because I don't remember them mentioning precursors. It was Forerunners. My bad. My bad. I got my lore mixed up for a second.
Here I come. There's no shades. Offer yourself unto me.
Okay. Yes, mistress. I just shoot.
This will all soon be
Oh, I fucked up.
You think you could. And even if you weren't,
Control.
what would be the point? You can't save your father. You are of two different worlds.
Oh, I tried to dodge that. No, there are precursors in Halo. Yeah, precursors are the ones that like... that motherfucker from 4, isn't he a precursor? Or is he a Forerunner? Right? Because the Forerunners are the ones that built the Halos to stop the flood. Right? Right? I confused the Forerunners. He's a Forerunner. Okay, okay. What are the precursors then?
How about this?
It's because I was still in my shooty shoot animation. I need to slow my titties. Or calm my titties, that's the phrase. Sweat! Oh, gee. No!
Why suffer needs?
Fuck. Okay, okay, hold on, okay. He's a Forerunner. And 4, the Didact. Yeah, the Didact. The lore is that the precursors were babying the Forerunners and the humans at the same time to see who was going to take up the mantle of responsibility. Oh, okay. This is all covered in 4, right? Little fact, the dude that played Master Chief was in Always Sunny, Bubble Boy, and the show Weeds. Cool. He's also in Orange is the New Black. And the Forerunners got jealous and killed the precursors, and then some of the precursors were like, shit, we gonna die. So they made DNA into a powder-like substance. They mutated and became the flood of the... Oh! So the precursors are the flood? Shit. I didn't know that. Yeah, kinda. Shrimps is bugs! Wait, what button is it? It's E.
Impossible.
No, you bitch! God damn it!
Too slow.
Yeah, I was too slow.
This is...
Oh, you know what? Actually, I think if I'm not moving, I can still make this. Shit. Oh, use powers. Summon Mega Mycete. Dodge. God damn it. Fuck this. Hold on. Okay. If I could punch. Summon Mega Mycete with G. Dodge is space, but also use powers. I set that to E. Does that work? No. All right, whatever.
Let's see you dodge this.
Dodge this.
How do you possess such power? It took so much to lure you, but you're
Oh shit.
incredible.
Oh nice, that worked. Oh shit, there's more. Where are you going? What are you doing? Where you at?
Mind when I put an end to your plan.
What are you doing, bitch?
Your time is up. Now!
Get the fuck out, bitch.
You will fall.
Okay.
To this world within the Mega Mycete to resurrect your sweet daughter. No matter how many pieces I created, none had the power to reach her. That is why it must be. You are the only one who can bring her back to me.
All right, hold on. But yeah, like 100,000 years ago, before the start of Halo, humans were just as advanced as the Forerunners. Yeah, I think I remember hearing something like that, but I didn't know about the precursors effectively becoming what turned into the Flood. That's pretty cool. That's new to me. At some point after a ton of shit happened, the Forerunners won and evolved them to cavemen. That's fucked up. If I just started watching your stream, I wouldn't know if this was a Resident Evil game. Yeah, dude, I bet. It's like a Square Enix game.
I will see this through.
What's she doing? What are you doing?
Do you still not see? There is no happy ending.
Says the wicked bitch at the end of her reign.
Oh, she should have called her the wicked bitch.
And you kill the only one who understands.
What do I do?
You just won't give up.
Not really.
You really are. That stubborn.
Wait, no?
That shines.
Okay, I was supposed to say, I should be able to absorb that.
Makes you the perfect vessel.
Where'd you go? Where you at? You fucking bitch! God damn it. Alright, I'm off to bed. Gonna try to get a few chapters of Dune in. Oh, nice, you're reading Dune? Alright, good night, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the chit chat. Got it. Where that whore at?
Let's see this power. What is this?
It's me winning. Yeah, I just started this week. Got all 6 books. Nice. The one's from Homeboy, right? Herbert? Frank Herbert? What's his name? Frank something? Frank Dune guy. Oh shit.
My struggle comes.
I was fucked up. I can't keep this up. I know about the latter 3. First 3. Yeah, I know at some point, like, I think him and his son started doing it, and then his son and some other guy started writing them, and then it's just his son. I forget.
Take her down.
Did you read them? No. I saw the stupid 80s movie, and then I saw the new one. And then I've had people geek out about it. Like, one of my coworkers is actually a huge Dune fan. Like, he likes that more than Star Wars, more than anything. Okay, hot take. I like the new movie more. Oh yeah, dude, the movie sucks. Like the one from the 80s wasn't great. Wait, do people not like the... Are you saying you like... Oh, more than the books. I see, I see.
So much power. You truly
Am I doing this one?
the perfect vessel for my evil.
So far. So how far into the first book are you? Sorry, I know you're trying to leave.
Not some stupid copy. I mean, Rose. And you're done.
Not very far. Well, you got this. Yeah, dude, I was actually just telling Adi, I need to read. I haven't read a book in like a year or 2. Fuck, man.
Hey, sweetie.
Last book I read was The Fool by Christopher Moore, and that book was fun. It's basically King Lear from the perspective of a jester. You're black though. Do you even know how to read? I'm reading right now, bitch. No, it's all been a lie. Actually, I've had text to speech in my ear this whole time.
So sorry, I couldn't protect.
I have a ghostwriter replying to you guys.
Ever done?
Hot take. They should make Battlefield Earth. That is a hot take. The whole fucking time. The whole fucking time. They should. I'd be down. I saw the first one, and it was.
I don't regret it one bit.
It's very goofy. It's funny because they took it seriously. They were like, "We're making a movie. We are making a film." Yeah, boy, do you like Battlefield Earth, or are you just in this for the lulz?
So it's okay.
Ethan, no. Man, they took him from me twice.
I'm okay.
It's funny, even in this, they didn't show this fucking bastard's face. They hide his face so goddamn well. They hide his face like they hid Austin Powers' dick in all those dances when he's naked. Hot take, Michael B. Jordan, Fantastic Four has been my favorite. I haven't seen the new one yet. So I like what they were going for. I'd say halfway through the movie, they just lost me. I know what they were going for and I like it. Like it's basically Ultimate Fantastic Four, the movie. I like the idea of it becoming almost like a body horror movie. I like the tone a lot. It's just that second half is messy. But the new one, Doom sucked, but man, the rest was dope. I like the vibe. I like the aesthetic, but I don't think I can say I like the movie. I respect that you like it though. Like I said, it was like halfway through. Like I was loving it until the flashback, and then you see like cartoon Johnny Storm take down that jet and then land. I was like, oh, what the fuck did they do? But I enjoyed it. And then, sorry, I'll be chatting in a moment. And then the new one's really good, dude. Actually, I think you should check out the new one. I think they got it right. This is the vibes that they should have been had. All right, hold on. Doom sucked, but man, the rest was dope. Oh, I like the concept and everything about it except the actual movie. They should also remake Waterworld and The Postman. No, boy. Waterworld is perfect as is. I actually do like Waterworld.
Wait, what if he has a rocket ship?
Waterworld's fun. I have it on VHS, and I think I have a DVD somewhere around here. Ads. That's my cue to leave. All right, peace out.
You were being silly. I don't think.
Peace out, bro. Good night. Mwah. Pak. Pua. I like how they show the ending again. It's the same ending, isn't it? I love that. I love that. Nice. Very nice. Impressive.
Hey, Dad.
Now, let's see what your boy 92 has.
Sorry I missed last week. I have a lot of tests coming up. You know how it is.
You know, it's funny. I was even saying mentally, I was like, I should be done by 1. I'm done by 1, bitch! 3.5 hours. 4 hours and 20 minutes. I lied.
I love you.
Yeah, I found her.
Imagine if they remade Waterworld today with the special effects and everything that's available now. Watch it still bomb and then become a cult hit again.
We have a situation.
That'd be pretty funny. Why are they...
Evelyn.
Oh, it shows context.
Ever call me that again?
Ever fucking call me that again, bitch. And they put Nicolas Cage in Kevin Costner's role. Yeah, boy.
Doesn't know I can.
Nick Cage doesn't have to be in every movie. I imagine like Jake Gyllenhaal or something. Nicolas Cage could probably be fucking Dennis Hopper's role. I can see him as the bad guy. In fact, I can see him being a fun bad guy in that movie, to be honest.
Not like him, you know.
I know.
These agents look so like Japanese agents, you know, like in every action movie ever. Every like 90s martial arts movies, what I'm trying to say. I wish that they would have put Nicolas Cage in this game as a character to play. Well, boy, are you in luck. If you play Dead by Daylight, I'm sure you know that Nicolas Cage is a character in Dead by Daylight now. Right? You knew that. That's the only game with Nicolas Cage I could think of. I win. I'm done. I finished. Does this have that same Bjork song? Does it? Let me see. Actually, I think it might. Like, I don't like it per se, but it kind of fits. It's got like a nice vibe to it. Yeah, I don't play that game, but I knew that. Yeah, I don't play it either. Well, some of my friends do, and they tried to... Yeah, this is the one. They tried to get me like into it. There's also a Willy's Wonderland game. Is there really? Is it like a pixel side-scroller thing? And at least casual difficulty, at least on standard. 2 hours and 58 minutes. Under 3 hours. in the game. I died and had to reset. What's all this? Nice. And then what are we talking about? Oh yeah, Willy's Wonderland and Dead by Daylight. Yeah, my buddies, they love that game. Name is well, Kevin, but he goes by Lumchucks. And I just got kind of sick of the generator stuff. Like I see the appeal, but it's not really for me. I probably wasted that. What else can I buy? Nothing for now. Oh, figures. Fucking Ethan. Hold on, let me see this shit. Hey, yo. Bella. Sandra. And Daniela. Guns and shit. Figures, concept art, weapons, special. That's already purchased. It's a 2D beat 'em up. I was gonna say if there's a game, it's probably like a pixel beat 'em up, like the fucking Kung Fury game. Game was great though. All right, everybody, hold up. Done. We're done with this tonight. Let's see who is live though. Who we got to raid? We got Rin playing Silent Hill F. Nice. Yeah, Rin's playing that. We got literally everybody's playing. Fucking. We got Lily Montana's playing Sonic Origins. BJ's playing Pokemon Scarlet. I'll definitely look into that Willy's Wonderland. And there's also something else I forgot to look up. I think Paul mentioned something. I think he sent me something. Oh no, it's the trailer. Dry mentioned it, I think. It was the trailer for Avatar. I'll have to look up that right now. I was thinking about getting Willy's Wonderland. It's like $5. The game? Do it. Do it and stream it. I'll watch if I'm up. If I'm awake and conscious. Hey, I'm sorry I missed your stream again. I was unconscious. I was out like a light. Let's see. You guys want to watch Silent Hill F or streamers or actually raid? Yeah, we're gonna raid Rin. Yeah, everybody, I know, probably spoilers, but Rin is playing Silent Hill F. Let's just kind of keep this trend going. Spooky to spooky. Everybody, thank you for hanging out. Next up for me is going to be Resident Evil 4 Remake. Looking forward to that. It's all right. I sent you the video to stream. Yeah, I saw that message. Thank you, man. I'll load it up, actually, probably tonight while I chill. I got to eat something, so I'll probably watch it while I eat. Thanks again. Are you streaming tomorrow? But yeah, Rin's playing Silent Hill F. Everybody say hi. He's a good dude. Very it's funny. He has like a relaxing voice. It's like he's got like that teacher voice or like that D&D dungeon master voice. You know what I mean? Like he can just tell you a story or just ramble, and you're like, yeah, like you're into it. That's Rin. Dorky, friendly guy. And it looks like his stream's actually working tonight. So everybody go in there, say hi. Tell him Shat sent you, and of course, have a great rest of your night. Mwah mwah, hug hug, kiss kiss, big hug, little kiss, big kiss, little hug, kiss kiss, hug, haktua.